Outstanding. Step by step. Appreciate it. Houston Integrity for stowage, can you please track that we are going to keep the card readers deployed for a few more hours? Please do not let that slip our memory.
We gotcha.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 20 hours, 45 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the lunar flyby mission of Artemis 2. The repositioning of one of the solar array wings on Integrity, giving us a view of the Earth. As it grows larger in the field of view, we're about 4 hours and 45 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the journey home for Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, following their fly around of the moon that occurred back a couple of days ago. One of the highlights of this mission in this test flight of Orion's spacecraft that will culminate with the splashdown of the astronauts and Integrity in the Pacific southwest of San Diego on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, just 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew is well into its ninth flight day. This is a day that is largely devoted to the stowage of items in the crew cabin, reviewing their flight data file for entry procedures and timelines. They will be witness to another critical burn later this evening, the return trajectory correction burn number 2, that will further fine-tune Integrity's path to reach a corridor over the Pacific Ocean in which they will split the uprights to move across the Pacific into the Earth's atmosphere, descending at a rate of speed that will reach about 32 times the speed of sound for a parachute-assisted splashdown to bring this mission to an end. More details from today's mission management team meeting and status on the flight are coming your way in just about 7.5 minutes at the bottom of the hour at 2:30 p.m. Central, 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time with our daily mission status briefing.
Artemis 2 mission is a test mission of the Orion space capsule.
Artemis 2 will be the first time we put humans on this rocket.
We're going back to the moon because it's the next step in our journey to Mars.
We were always going to the moon.
Pushing ourselves to explore is just core to who we are. That's a part of being a human.
And liftoff. We shall return.
Continuing to test out every bit of Orion.
Coming back to Earth, 7 miles a second.
When humanity sets big goals, we can bring together genius from around the world.
You have the best people on planet Earth putting this vehicle together.
That's what's up.
To innovate for the benefit of humanity and to inspire the world through discovery.
And here we go.
Good afternoon and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our final mission status briefing ahead of Artemis 2 splashdown tomorrow evening. We are joined by a panel of specialists today. Joining us is NASA Associate Administrator Amit Shathria, Artemis 2 Flight Director Jeff Radigan, and Artemis 2 Orion Vehicle Manager Breniel Rodriguez. We are going to be taking questions from media here in the room and through our phone bridge today, but before we get started, we will kick it off with some opening remarks. Amit, go ahead.
Good afternoon. Tomorrow evening, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, the crew of Artemis 2, will come home. They will have traveled 400,000 miles. They will have seen what no living person has seen. They will have tested every system on the spacecraft and the environment it was built for, and they will have given us 10 days of data that will shape every mission that comes after. The test is not complete. Tomorrow, the Orion spacecraft will enter the Earth's atmosphere at approximately 25,000 miles per hour. That heat shield, the thermal protection system, which is built by American hands and American factories for materials designed to withstand temperatures that approach the surface of the sun, will bear the full force of that reentry. Every system we've demonstrated over the past 9 days, life support, navigation, propulsion, communications, all of it depends on the final minutes of flight. We have high confidence in the system, in the heat shield, and the parachutes, and the recovery systems we put together. The engineering supports it, the Artemis 1 flight data supports it, all of our ground test supports it, our analysis supports it, and tomorrow the crew is going to put their lives behind that confidence. Until then, the flight control team, the engineering team, the recovery forces in the Pacific, to every engineer, every technician that's touched this machine, tomorrow belongs to you. The crew has done their part. Now we have to do ours. With that, I'll turn it over to Jeff.
Thanks, Amit. I will mention that the crew's had a great time in space, and they've really enjoyed doing all of the checkouts that they've done. Of course, the lunar flyby was quite a day. But now we absolutely turn towards entry. And so Rick Henfling and the entry team are on console today, getting ready, doing all of the pre-entry checks, and ensuring that the cockpit is configured for entry, which will, of course, occur tomorrow. I do have a few times for you as the capsule comes in. Of course, we'll hand back from the DSN network to the TDRS network at 6:15 local Central Time. And then the crew module and the service module is going to separate around 6:33. We would do a crew module raise burn to take the crew module slightly away from the service module as it comes down. And then we'll enter blackout at 6:53 local Central Time. About 10 minutes later, the drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03, and then the main chutes will be right behind them a minute later, 7:04, and we'll see those three main parachutes come out, leading down to splashdown at 7:07, and looking forward to a great day tomorrow. And with that, I'll hand it over to Branielle.
Thank you, Jeff. So the spacecraft team and the Orion team, we've been doing an assessment over the last few days with an integrated team from flight operations and all of our subject matter experts here within Orion. And we've reviewed all the systems, we've reviewed all the reentry procedures and activities, and we are good to go. And so the team's done an excellent job walking through those, ensuring that those systems on board Orion and on the ground are ready to support. Orion remains healthy. It's been working fantastic. And Debbie showed you some images yesterday of our TPS system, our thermal protection system. And we completed those assessments and everything looks really, really well to continue on. So we're ready to go inside the vehicle, the spacecraft systems. It's a nice 75 degrees, so kind of like a winter day in Houston. And it's crew's loving it. So everything is looking really well from the vehicle standpoint. Thank you.
All right, we'll start with questions here in the room. Please raise your hand if you have a question. Eric.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica. Thanks for doing this. Question for either Amit or Jeff, I think. Back a little more than a decade ago, the Curiosity mission had its 7 minutes of terror. And I'm not trying to imply anything, but I want to get a sense of the 13 minutes of entry from entry interface to splashdown of how we should be thinking about it. That's the 13 minutes of what?
I mean, I'm going to tell you, it's 13 minutes of things that have to go right, is the way I think about it. I have a whole checklist in my head that we're going through of all the things that have to happen. The forward bay cover has to come off. The drogues have to come out. The main chutes have to deploy. The reefing systems have to cut. And we have to get touchdown angle alignment correct and then hit the water correctly. And even prior to that, right, we've got the CMSM SEP separation between the service module and the crew module. That has to go right. And then you have the heat shield that has to work. So it's not so much 13 minutes. It's more, in my head, about an hour and a half of things that have to go right. And that's the way I think of them.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Jackie, go ahead.
Hi there. Question, I think, for Jeff. I just wanted to check in. Yesterday, it seemed like the schedule moved around quite a bit as they were troubleshooting. I think it was an oxygen tank pressurization issue in the service module. Can you walk us through what that issue is, how long it's been a concern, and whether or not it's a big factor here that's outstanding? Thank you.
Sure. So it's actually not an oxygen tank issue. It's oxidizer. It's in the propulsion system, not in the breathable atmosphere system. And so it's one of our two-part propulsion system, which allows us to burn in space. We are seeing what is a small leak in our pressurant system. The leak is not to space, it's internal to the system, across some of our valves. And we really need to characterize that to see what, if any, modifications we might need to make in the future. And so we had some time on the timeline dedicated to some other activities, right? Having the crew pilot the vehicle again. And it made more sense for us to go ensure that we fully understood the characterization of the service module and the pressurization system. Because we don't get the service module back, right? It's something that we jettison. So, we all thought, right? Flight control team, working in conjunction with our mission management team, and of course our engineering teams, made the decision to go spend more time to characterize that situation because it was more important, and we'd already gotten the data out of the manual piloting demos that we'd previously had. So that's why we changed the timeline and ensured we could really characterize the vehicle.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for you, Ahmed. I know all the data and all the analyses points the way for a safe splashdown tomorrow, but still human emotion must be at play. How tense, stressed are you? So much is riding on this mission. All eyes will be, so focused on all this tomorrow around the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no question that we'll all be anxious, and but we'll be with the families. We'll be with them. We'll all be together. I have full confidence in the team. They do too. That we've been with them the whole time, and so we've done the work. It's impossible to say you don't have irrational fears left, right? But I'd tell you I don't have any rational fears about what's going to happen. We've done the work we need to, and we have full confidence in the team, the recovery team, the flight control team, the analysis, and the work we did. Yeah, some of them. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take our next question from Irene.
Irene Faltz with Aviation Week, probably for Amit. At this point in the mission, how many in-flight anomalies have been are pending for action after splashdown? And compared to the list of objectives that you laid out for this whole mission, and realize you still have this very major part of it ahead, but how satisfied are you with that the mission objectives have been accomplished?
Well, Brittany, I'll talk about the details, but I'll tell you the team has extracted every ounce of test data we can out of it. I'm very pleased with the coordination, the way that we've added objectives in flight, and the way we prioritize, like Jeff said, on on cases where we need actual forensic data on the hardware we're getting back versus not. So we prioritize that the right way. But Brynjol, you want to talk through that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. As far as the things that we've learned, right, it is a test flight, and so we are learning things on the spacecraft. I think we've talked several of them in these press conferences as we have, but we gather those data, as Jeff noted. We take characterization tests of systems that we won't get back home, and when we get back home and the vehicle comes back, we'll do a lot of post-processing of all that data.
Okay, we'll take one more question here in the room, then head to the phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, TG Mascaro with the Epoch Times. Thanks so much, and congratulations on the mission so far. Question for Jeff. Can you walk us through how this reentry procedure differs from that of Apollo?
Let's see. In terms of, it actually doesn't differ all that much in terms of just how fast we're coming back and how much has to go right. Of course, there are some minor timeline differences. The parachute systems are different between the two vehicles. But big picture coming back from the moon is all really close to the same thing. You don't have the long coasting arcs that you have in low Earth orbit. You're really coming straight down and coming and hitting the atmosphere a whole lot faster. But that means you go through it a whole lot faster too. And so I'd say it parallels Apollo much more than it does some of our low Earth orbit returns. And that's really what we're looking forward to. They're coming home pretty fast.
We'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. I guess I'm following up on the previous question. So with the lofted orbit, it comes up a bit, and Apollo had direct reentry, and Artemis 1 had the skip entry. So I guess it seems like it'd be somewhere in the middle. If you can just give a few more details. Thank you.
Yeah, Ken. So we are still doing a skip entry where we've shortened the duration of the skip because of the limited use disposition of this particular heat shield. We know that it can tolerate X amount of dwell time during the lofted period, which is why we're shortening the duration. To follow up a little bit on the previous question too, one of the reasons we were willing to do that is because we figured we could control the entry weather, or not control, but deal with entry weather in terms of the downtrack. And so the duration of the heat load, heat rate, as well as the actual downtrack is shorter because that's the part of the environment that we decided to control with this particular instance of the heat shield. For future heat shields, we'll have much longer skip capability.
Our next question is from Noah Haggerty with the Los Angeles Times.
Hi, thanks. I'm wondering if there's any chance folks in San Diego along the coast will be able to see reentry, and what the exclusion zones and enforcement will look like out in the ocean for anyone that hopes to travel via boat to watch reentry and splashdown.
Let's see. So the path that we're coming in, I don't expect it to be visible from the folks in California. And as far as the exclusion zone, we're pretty far off the coast. And of course, we're working in conjunction with the Department of War to recover the capsule out there, and it is a fairly large exclusion zone. So I would caution folks, please avoid the area. There's a lot of debris that comes down, and we work with our recovery forces in order to ensure that it doesn't hit them. But of course, we don't want it to hit anyone else. We are still targeting to come down at our primary landing site, and we have the weather alternates available. But it's further off the coast than, again, some of your, the LEO deorbits that you've seen.
We'll take our next question from Nell with NPR.
Hey, thanks so much for doing this. I'm still trying to understand the oxygen pressurization issue. You mentioned something about it was with the propellant system. I'm wondering, does this have anything to do with anything that might be involved in reentry? I mean, I understand you're assessing it because you're going to lose that part of the spacecraft and it won't be returned, but is there anything related to that that's at all of concern related to reentry? Thank you.
I appreciate your question, and just to clarify again, right, this is actually in the helium pressurization system of the oxidizer, which, of course, our service module propulsion system works on fuel and oxidizer and combining those together to provide thrust. In terms of affecting reentry, It will not. We still have capability in the spacecraft and are operating in a case where all of our burns have performed nominally. They've done exactly what we've expected to. Of course, we performed return trajectory correction burn 1 a couple days ago, and it went just fine. We hit our targets, and we're actually seeing that our targets are very close to what we predicted, so our correction burns don't need to be as much as we had protected for, which is a good thing to note. We're doing another trajectory correction tonight, and then there'll be the final one tomorrow before entry. All of those are done actually without the pressurization system that we're characterizing. We're operating in a case where we're in blowdown, which means that we already have full pressure in the prop tanks to be able to perform these burns. Even if we had, a 3 sigma dispersion, we still have plenty of prop pressurization to do the burns. So we don't see any impact to entry at this time. And of course, we will, jettison the service module, and that's where the system is. And of course, the crew module jets that we'll use actually on reentry are unaffected at this time.
Yeah, and to add to that, Jeff, there's multiple layers and redundancy in our propulsion system. And so really the test yesterday was to help us characterize that information since we don't receive the service module back home. But we have reviewed that as a technical team. We have validated all of that in our labs, and we have very much confidence in the system.
We'll take another question on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Micah Maidenberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Thanks. Amit, you spent a lot of time over the last 2 or 2.5 years working on the heat shield and the reentry plan that will be rolling out tomorrow. I'm curious if you ever went through this effort and the new trajectory, directly with the crew's families, and did you feel like that session, if it happened, was able to resolve any worries they might have had? Did anybody else outside of the crew themselves from NASA sort of talk through the mitigation for tomorrow? Thanks so much.
Yeah, we haven't gone into deep technical detail. At least I have not with the families directly. I know that I will tell you though that from day one, since I started in the program and then was right before they named this crew, we have been talking to the crew about this problem the whole time, and they've been with us on the investigation. They've been with us on the production improvements that were made, all the changes to entry procedures. So they were not just doing what we were telling them to do. They co-created this solution with us. So they've been lashed up. I imagine they've discussed with their loved ones what the risks are. They've talked about that through all phases of flight, through entry, through ascent, every single piece of it. So I know that they're well prepared. And I would tell you though that. It's not said a lot, but the courage that the families show during these missions is as great as or equal to what the crew shows when they go fly, and so we all have to admire them for that.
We'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Thanks. Joey Roulette with Reuters. Question for Amit or whoever wants to answer. I'm just curious to hear more about how the astronauts are feeling ahead of what's probably the riskiest part of the mission. Are they asking questions, technical questions, or anything else? And Jeff, I want to just hear a little bit more about the oxidizer issue, if you could describe the leak rate or what risk level this poses to the crew, if any, and how many valves are implicated in it. Thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll let Jeff or Braniel kind of talk about the crew spirits. I know they've been on the radio and they're pretty chipper. So, but what you going to tell them?
Well, I think when we talk about the managing the emotions on orbit and managing that through every day of flight, they're all a little bit different, right? And when you talk to the crew, some days we get to the conference at the end of the day, and we're talking technical items, we're talking technical things, we're talking about what happens tomorrow. And some days it's there's very little to talk about in terms of technical items, but it's hey, here's how we're feeling, here's how we're doing. They were very happy to get some time off after the lunar flyby. The lunar flyby was a long day. I'm sure you all heard them on the radios. Constantly that day. It was a long, taxing day for them, and they were happy to get a little bit rest the following day. So every day of the mission, especially with a mission this short, and it's so packed full of all of the operations that we're doing, it's its own kind of thing to manage. And now as they get into entry, we're talking through. They've got conferences today with the entry flight control team. And we're ensuring that we're getting them ready in a good emotional state so that they can execute, right? They're very technically savvy. Just as Amit said, we've built this plan with them. There's nothing new that they're learning, but we're all reviewing together and make sure we're well positioned to fly entry tomorrow. And I'll take the technical topic and hand that over to Branielle.
Thanks, Jeff. Regarding the propulsion system, so there's multiple valves in each string of the propulsion system and multiple strings providing that redundancy. So we worked a test plan to safely characterize what we're seeing and validate the data that we're getting down. And the team's going to go off and look at that and determine, based on what they're seeing, the thermal effects associated with the attitudes that we're flying in, and be able to come back with us post-mission with an investigation update.
What are they seeing, though? Let me just make this clear. So we're leaking helium into the pressurant system, into the aux system. There's a series of solenoid valves that are protecting that. We actually accepted this risk pre-flight because we had a low leak rate of helium on the valve closest to the prop system. We accepted it because we didn't need the performance for the pressure system. As Jeff said, we can do a lot of the burns just with the ullage pressure in the tank, and for a free return trajectory, don't need it. We could have done the whole mission without at least after TLI, could have done the whole mission without helium pressurant. However, we are not getting the valves back. We know it. We have leaky valves to begin with, and we want to make sure we're characterizing that leak rate as well as we can. The leak rate we saw in flight is now an order of magnitude higher than what we saw on the ground. It's still acceptable, but that will lead us to probably an extensive redesign of that valve system. I don't need those valves to hold pressure in the same way for a LEO orbiting mission, but for a lunar orbit mission, I do. I need all the performance in the system so I can pressurize, which is why we prioritize that side of the valves.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Hi, Josh Dinner, space.com. I'd like to follow up on Joey's question a little bit about how the crew is feeling. Most astronaut missions to space these days are quite longer than 10 days. Do you get the impression that there is any sort of bittersweet feeling about how soon their mission is coming to a close, even though they are hyper-focused on their task ahead? Another question, can you clarify why San Francisco, the coast of San Francisco, was chosen over other landing locations like the Gulf or the Atlantic?
It's San Diego, so it's near Naval Base San Diego, which is we like them. They help us. So that's why. It's because proximity to where they do fleet operations, which too, we also climatologically, those waters are pretty calm. And so we do a lot of recovery operations there. In terms of how they're feeling, I mean, like you've heard them. They're it's interesting. I really want them to answer this question when they come back because the ranges of emotions are crazy for them. But, they are some of the most thoughtful, incredible people that I've ever known. And even some of the moments I think a lot of folks have thought about, just what you've seen them, the expressions of love and, devotion to family and what they've shown, to me is a great, example of why we go and do these missions, right? If you can't take love to the stars, then what are we doing? Like, why would we even go? And so that's why we send humans. That's instead of robots sometimes, that's where we have that firsthand witness. And so they're going to go through a whole range of just like we have watching them. And I think that's the whole point, is that we can share that experience.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here.
Thank you. Dr. Allison McGraw from Mysterious Meteorites here in Houston, Texas. In addition to the real-time data coming from the Orion spacecraft, will there be any ground systems used, say radar or really rapid telescopes? Thank you.
Let's see, in terms of gathering data from reentry, I'm trying to understand your question. Yeah, so we have a whole set of actually aircraft that we're going to use to gather data off the spacecraft as it comes down in. And then once it gets back, of course, we're recording data on board that we don't get down on the ground in real time. And we'll use all of that information that we record on board at a much higher rate than we can actually pass it down through our communication systems to be able to ensure we fully understand what occurred.
Okay, go ahead.
Mark Kirkman with NSF. I'd like to follow up a little bit more on the entry, just a smidge. This is probably for Jeff, but commentary eloquently put it that we're doing the correction burns to split the uprights. Can you define that flight path angle that we're aiming for and what the consequences are of not what bounds out in the consequences of not being at the correct flight path angle at entry interface? And also, can somebody summarize the plan for assessing the TPS right away after splashdown, what the timeline looks like and how you'll plan to get that data?
Let's see. So in terms of the flight path angle, I mean, it's quite simple. You have to hit it, or the TPS, we don't expect it will be successful, quite frankly. We have to hit the flight path angle accurately. And what we're doing over the next day and a half is ensuring that all of our correction burns, which are very small and calculated to be very small right now, get us exactly on that angle, right? We've got about less than a degree of angle that we need to hit. And when we come in, we need to be right in the center of that. Obviously, we've got a little bit of wiggle room. We don't plan to use that. Our guidance is working very well right now. All of our trajectory calculations are showing that the vehicle is on almost the best path it could be, and that our correction burns are very small this evening and then tomorrow. But we have to, let's not beat around the bush. We have to hit that angle correctly. Otherwise, we're not going to have a successful reentry.
And then part of your second question, we actually have our thermal protection experts on the vehicle, on the ship that is with the team as a part of the recovery. They have a plan in place to do extensive imagery of the TPS system, our heat shield, upon it getting back into the well deck of the ship. And then, of course, once it gets back on dock and at Naval Base San Diego, we'll do more imagery before it gets transported back to KSC, where we can continue on getting additional insight into it.
Okay, we'll take our next question right here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Jackie Goddard for the Times of London. Could somebody please clarify the peak heating, peak temperature, the peak velocity, because the miles an hour are jarring a little with what Rick said yesterday in terms of the feet per second, and also what will the astronauts feel, see, and hear on the way down? Thank you.
Let's see. So in terms of the numbers, we'll have to get you that. I don't have those specifically off the top of my head, and I know Rick gave them to you in the units that we generally use, but we'll be sure to get those to you. In terms of what the astronauts are going to feel and hear, they're going to feel and hear when all the various chutes deploy, and when the forward bay cover comes off, all of the pyrotechnic events that are part of a nominal entry, descent, and landing sequence. They're going to hear them, they're going to feel them, and it's actually, I think, going to be a fun ride for them. They're looking forward to hearing and feeling them, by the way. We did our checkout of the crew module propulsion system a little earlier today, and when we actuated the valves to actually prime the system, of course, they're waiting inside the capsule, just waiting to hear that, knock of it sounds a little bit like a wrench on the spacecraft. And that means that the valve actuated successfully, and that's what they're looking forward to. So, they're looking forward to what they're going to hear, and they'll be able to tell you all about it when they get home.
And we actually had on Artemis 1, we had a video during reentry where you could hear the acoustics inside the spacecraft, and I think that's been shared externally, and so it's been a helpful contributor to know what to experience for Artemis 2.
Okay, we'll take another here in the room and then head to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, Ed Lavandera with CNN. Thank you for the time today and good luck tomorrow. I'd love to know how much of the piloting will Victor Glover be doing? How much of the control of the capsule will you guys have in mission control? What's the balance there, just to kind of understand the logistics of how that plays out during reentry?
So during reentry, the vehicle's piloting itself. And we have closed loop control guidance on board that's going to be piloting the vehicle down to the ground. If there is it's actually multiple failures to get into a case where the crew is going to pilot the vehicle. Were we to have those multiple failures, which of course we don't anticipate, there is the opportunity for the crew to take control. I will tell you that when we've worked with them ahead of time, they're very concerned with cases where they would have to take control. This is not a system where you want to be manually piloting it yourself. You'd rather let the computer pilot the spacecraft, and that's what they're going to go do. But of course, they can take control if they absolutely had to, but we don't expect that to be the case.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Megan with Scientific American.
Hi there, Megan Bartels from Scientific American. Thanks so much for taking this question. I think this is for Jeff. Thank you for the timeline updates at the top. I really appreciate that. And I wanted to ask about crew extraction. From what I understand, that's about an hour after splashdown. And I just wanted to understand why the delay, what will be happening during that hour-long procedure, and then if you could provide a little bit more detail on the rationale for the order of extraction, that would also be great. Thanks so much.
So, in the moments after the vehicle hits the water, there's a number of things that, the crew has to do on board. There's a number of systems that we have to begin an orderly shutdown, and the crew then has to orient themselves and, begin safing the spacecraft so they can open the hatch. And that takes a little bit of time. In parallel, of course, the recovery forces and Lily, our recovery director, are bringing the recovery forces closer to the capsule. They do have to stay out, a fair number of miles because there's debris that comes, of course, our drogues that are coming off the spacecraft, the forward bay cover, as I mentioned earlier. We don't want any of that to land on our recovery forces, so we do have a certain amount of time that will take to ensure that we don't put any of our recovery forces at risk. Once we confirm that there's no risk to the recovery forces, which takes a matter of minutes, then they're able to approach the spacecraft and begin the process of extracting the crew. That's not it's not a short process, but it takes about 30, 45 minutes is what we've seen in calm seas. And of course, we are expecting good weather at this point, but it takes a little bit of time to get the recovery forces into the capsule and then help the crew to get out of the capsule and onto the front porch, which is the flotation part of the recovery forces that actually attaches to the spacecraft. So it just takes a little bit of time. We need to do this calmly and methodically, and that's the way it goes. So that's why it takes time. Like any operation, you have to spend the right amount of time to make sure we do it successfully. As far as order goes, that's really left up to the recovery forces. It'll depend on the crew, the specific crew, and how they're doing. And, Lily and her team will manage that as it comes.
Okay, our next question is from Marcia Smith with spacepolicyonline.com.
Thanks so much for taking my question. And it's actually a follow-on to that. Could you talk about what debris is going to be coming off and falling into the ocean, and over what distance is it going to fall? And are you going to try and recover any of it other than the parachutes?
Yeah, I'll try and take a shot at that one. So when the crew module comes back in, the forward bay cover, which is the very top of the crew module, actually comes off, and that pulls out your first set of parachutes. And we have kind of 3 sets of parachutes that come out. And so as each one of those pull off, they get released. And so that is kind of what the debris that Jeff's talking about that falls into the zone that is the kind of the keep out zone that the team has out in the water. We do try and recover best effort. Crew is priority, so crew will always be done first. But the teams out there and the assets out there do look and try and recover, for example, our parachutes if they're able to, but not critical. We have a slew of test data to support all the things that we have seen. So hope that got all the questions there.
All right, we'll take another on the phone and then head back into the room. Our next question is from Lauren Grush with Bloomberg.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I believe this is for Amit. I just want to clarify your response about the leaking valves. Just to be clear, you said that you ultimately will need to do an extensive redesign of the system for future lunar orbital missions. And do you have a sense of how long that might take? Is it too early to understand how that might impact the schedule for Artemis missions moving forward?
I think we're pretty convinced that we'll need to do the redesign. In terms of timing, I'm convinced this will not be the pacing item for a lunar mission, so we'll be able to fix it in the time we need to. Might take a little while, but we have to get it right, and also we want to make sure we do the right amount of tests. So, but yeah, pretty sure we're going to need to, at a minimum, tweak the design to prevent the leak rate that we have, if not fundamentally change the way the valve works, but we'll have to go do that properly.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Will, go ahead.
Hi, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you all for taking the time one last time. Just to follow up on Lauren's question, the European service module for Artemis 4 is already at the Kennedy Space Center right now. Do you imagine that it would need to go back to Airbus in Germany for this work to be done, or can technicians come to the Cape and get that work done in Florida? Thanks.
Yeah, I think we can do it there. It just depends on what logistically makes the most sense from a production and access standpoint. So we'll just have to go through that. Yeah, I don't know, but I imagine we have options.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
This is Henry Gass from the Christian Science Monitor. Thank you for doing this. My question, I know you're all very focused on tomorrow, and it's a big day, and you're focused on wrapping up Artemis 2. I'm wondering if, Artemis 3 is not that far away as we stand now. Are there any preparations for that have begun, or can you tell us anything about that?
So if you just go down the road here, there's a Mark 1 Blue Origin lander that just came out of Chamber A. That's getting shipped back to Florida. I know that folks in Boca Chica are getting the Block 3 Starship ready to roll. They've done cryoproofing. They're going to do static fires here shortly in April and hopefully get off relatively soon. Core Stage 3, the top 4 fits of Core Stage 3 are going to ship from Michoud on the 20th of April. The booster F segments for Artemis 3 are already at Kennedy. As we talked earlier, the Orion, the Dash 3 Orion, the CM and the SM are still separated, but the new heat shield, which has been redesigned to tolerate those new conditions, is also assembled and ready to go. We just have to make those segments and go. And so we're in earnest, proceeding as quickly as we can. The mobile launcher, one, did not sustain, does not require the kind of refurb that we need. So we already moved the crawler transporter up to Pad B, and we're going to bring the ML back into the VAB hopefully by the end of next week and get on with it.
Okay, we'll take our next question in the room. Go ahead.
Hi, JJ Love with Tech Talk Media. Thanks so much for doing this. I want to ask, what is the single biggest thing that you would want the people of Earth taking away from this mission? And that's for anyone.
Wow, that's a tall order. Single biggest thing. There's so much, right? There's so much that we've done on this mission and so many things to share. I look at, all of the crew's reaction on flyby day, all of the snippets that they shared with us, the imagery, the videos, and it just makes you want to continue to go back, right? I think that they said it best. This isn't the trip, it's the first of many trips. And we just need to continue on because there's so much there. Think about how much we thought we knew what was going on and we thought we knew what the moon looked like, and now we see it a totally different way. I think we're going to see that on the next mission to the moon as well, and we just need to keep going.
Okay, we'll take 2 more here in the room and then head back to our phone bridge. Go ahead.
Hi, question about the astronauts' schedule for the next few hours or next day or so. Just wondering, are they going to have the ability to talk to their family? Do they have a last meal aboard Orion they plan to eat? What are their activities before they actually get set up for that splashdown?
So I'll tell you right now, they're really focused on ensuring that the cabin is completely configured for entry. There's a number of things that they have to do. They have to pack all of the equipment that they brought out for operating the spacecraft and get their suits out. They have to get the seats out, and it just takes a fair amount of time to reconfigure the cabin. Of course, they are sending messages to their families, and there's always a last meal anywhere you're at, but it's more of it's time to eat and be ready to go. It's not necessarily a symbolic thing. But it's something that they'll do together, and I don't want to give you any impression other than they're focused on ensuring that they have a successful reentry, and I'm sure they'll take a special moment to themselves, but our focus with them is a successful splashdown tomorrow.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Michael Adkison, Houston Public Media. Question for Jeff. You talked about the checklist that you're going to have. I'm wondering if you could characterize what it's going to feel like in mission control tomorrow, specifically in that 6-minute blackout period.
Yeah, I think, again, we're going to be thinking through all of the things that we know is happening on board, but that we can't see, right? And so, in order to keep myself calm, because I think, as Amit mentioned earlier, there's all of that irrational fear that is human nature in some ways. I'll be going through what I know is going on board and saying, okay, it's this time, this switch is actuating, it's this time, I know these valves are firing, it's this time, I know that we're this many minutes away from the parachutes and the clock's ticking down, and I'm sure that's what I'll be doing to keep myself calm. Rick Henfling's the flight director in charge, and I need to make sure that I stay out of his way. We all have to make sure that we stay out of his way and let him and his team work. And we'll just be, thinking through the things that will keep ourselves calm as we wait for reacquisition of signal.
Okay, we'll take our next question on the phone bridge from Christopher Mick with the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you so much. Sincere thank you to you all for the information and to all the PAOs on the live stream. It's been very informative every day, so appreciate it. I believe this might be for Amit. I know we're nearing the end of these daily briefings, and I wanted to know if we could just look ahead to what the astronauts schedule. I know historically there's extensive post-flight mission debriefs and medical evaluations and media requests for interviews after that. I was wondering, since we're not going to be getting these daily updates, if you might just paint us a picture of what the month after landing will look like for the crew, their kind of rough daily activities.
I think maybe Courtney might be the most qualified to answer that one, so.
Yes, so they will go through some medical checks, some debriefs, and we do plan to talk to the crew in a crew news conference where you will all be invited within the first 2 weeks after splashdown, and then they will hopefully begin all of their appearances and tours starting at about the R+30 mark. So we look forward to seeing them back here on Earth and getting that schedule underway. Our next question is from David Denault with About Space Today News.
My question, a little bit later today, I understand the astronauts are going to be trying on the orthostatic intolerance garment. Now, I kind of understand what that does, but is this something new created for Artemis? And would you embellish a little bit more beyond just it's going to adjust the body?
Let's see, so I think you're talking about the orthostatic garment that we actually tried out yesterday. And we had the crew put them on to test out and ensure we had a good fit. This is really the first layer of their suit that they put on here and we'll put on tomorrow for reentry. And so the goal there is to make sure that we have a good suit fit, that we're getting all the pressure on the human body in the right ways to be able to come in and have a successful landing.
Okay, our next question is from Manuel with Exploración Especial.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masanti with Exploración Espacial. I was wondering how far into the entry phase are we going to continue enjoying the live views from the service model? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the capsule and the service model tomorrow? Thank you.
Hear most of that.
I didn't. Was your question? Are we going to be able to see the separation between the service module and the crew module?
Correct. Yes. If you're going to enjoy that live.
So we are going to set up our cameras to try and see some of that on board, and of course we'll see that in the data coming down from the vehicle that has occurred. I don't expect that we'll be able to see that visually at the time it occurs.
Okay, we'll take some more questions here in the room. Let's go right over here.
Robert Coppinger from the British Interplanetary Society's Spaceflight magazine. The crew module for Artemis 2, will it be refurbished and reused for a future Artemis mission?
It's possible. There's some components we might use. The pressure vessel will probably be compromised, but Brunel, I don't know what the current reuse.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing the vehicle back. There are a significant number of components within the module that we'll be pulling out to reutilize it. And then if going forward from there, we'll see what we need to do.
Okay, we'll take our next question here. Go ahead.
Thank you, and thanks for doing this. Tom Clark from Sky News in the UK. We now understand the crew are not going to exceed the Apollo 10 re-entry speed record. Is that actually an advantage to you? Was that something you've tried to build in to reduce their speed of re-entry, given we expected it to be pretty fast? Is the fact they're going to re-enter the atmosphere at 1,000 miles an hour slower useful to you?
I mean, we did because of the way we characterized the heat shield problem, the interaction between the material and the aerothermal loads in the environment, it is actually advantageous for the heat shield to ablate more quickly. You avoid the regions where You have essentially pyrolysis going on in the heat shield, the burning without oxygen, but then the creation of those pyrolysis gases when you don't have a receding front for ablation. Like if you're in that config, that's the condition we're trying to avoid. And so by sharpening the entry, you actually can keep that ablation front moving while that gas production is happening. There will be a little bit of dwell period. But there are other things you trade. I mean, you might argue they want to just go as fast as possible. While there's other parts of the vehicle you care about, maintaining different envelope constraints. And so it was very specific in the way we dialed in the entry heat load and heat rate.
Okay, Irene, go ahead.
Sorry if I missed this, but how many miles off the coast of San Diego is the targeted splashdown site?
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. It's I believe it's a couple hundred miles, but we'll have to get
too many for anyone to want to go and hang out.
That's the key.
Okay, it looks like we have another question right over here.
Hi, Dan Lenan from the Naval Postgraduate School. I have a couple status questions. In terms of the LRO images of the Artemis spacecraft when it was going by the moon, do you have any updates on whether those were successful? Also, what actually happens to the service module? Is it going to be part of the debris? I wasn't sure if that was going to be also burning up or coming down. And then how about the weather? What's the latest on the weather?
So let's go in reverse order. The weather's looking good, and we expect not to have an impact to recovery operations. There is some weather moving in after we land and have the recovery of the crew complete. And so, of course, Lily, our recovery director, and with the captain of the ship, will be figuring out exactly when to get the crew off the ship and back to the naval base. They'll have to take a look at what that timing is. And of course, we expect them back here sometime on Saturday.
Okay, anyone?
So the service module, it'll actually re-enter Earth's atmosphere and burn up. So it is part of the debris, and we keep that as part of the keep-out zone. Can't remember the first question.
I haven't seen any of the reports from LRO yet, so we'll have to investigate.
Anyone in the room here still have a question? Okay, Jackie, we'll go ahead and go back to you.
Thanks. Yeah, one quick follow-up for you on the oxidization, pressurization. Were there any signs of this also in Artemis 1? Can you remind us, and what went into that decision to kind of just assume this risk heading into flight? Thanks.
Artemis 1, we didn't. We knew we had PCA leakage in the helium side. Again, given the Artemis 1 mode, we decided, like in distant retrograde insertion as well as the rest of it, we could tolerate it. The big difference here is we did the TLI burn with the Orion, like as opposed with the ICPS. So that, I'm not sure that that's related. It just so happens that that's when we saw the leak increase. It probably is related somehow. But Branielle, did any more details on 1?
I'd have to go back and get the data on 1. I apologize. I just don't remember.
Yeah, but we did, Jackie, we accepted the risk for 2 just because the leak was small enough and we knew we had plenty of pressurization volume to go deal with. We didn't see it as a common design feature across all the different valves. It was isolated to that one particular one. And with the mode we had picked for free return, we didn't need the performance. And so.
Yeah, and I think that's the key, right? We designed the mission to be able to tolerate this type of failure. And we baked that into how we designed the mission with the low Earth orbit, the high Earth orbit, and then their free return trajectory. So it's something that for multiple reasons could have occurred, and we were prepared for it ahead of time.
Okay, go ahead.
TG Muscuro with the Epoch Times. Thanks again for the second question. One more for you, Jeff. When you sign off from your shift tomorrow, do you have anything you're going to say? Any final words to the flight director you're going to pass off to or off to the crew?
Well, so a couple of thoughts for you. One, I've completed my shifts. I do not have any more shifts here for Artemis 2. And I'll tell you, I signed off the same way I always do, which is go get some sleep and we'll see you tomorrow, because we're not done on this mission. We've got another day and a half. And that's when we can start celebrating, is when we have a crew safely in the med bay of the ship. And that's really when we can allow the emotions to take over and start talking about success. We need to have the crew home before we do that. Rick Henfling will be the flight director on console. I imagine he'll have some words for all of us, but really we're just focused on getting the crew home, and then we can start thinking about celebrating.
Eric, go ahead.
Eric Berger, Ars Technica again. Probably for Amit, just about the pressurization valves. I think we're all kind of asking questions. You know, we're non-technical people mostly here in the room, and so we're just trying to understand sort of the seriousness. I think we all understand that this is not a constraint or an issue at all for this mission. You talked about how Artemis 3, you don't need the performance, but you do for Artemis 4. You know, when I hear about propulsion valves, I get a little nervous because it's an important part of the system, and they often are issues with them. And so just help us understand, like, is this like a review on the scale of the heat shield after Artemis 1, or do you think it's like a significantly less serious problem to address? Just kind of help us understand the magnitude.
That's fair. It is not. It's not. You know, there are a lot of options for how to take care of this problem. I think if anything, I'd characterize it as a production redesign risk for the Artemis 4 mission, which I think we can get in front of, and which is why we put so much attention on it during the mission, to make sure what we're seeing, because the sizes of the leaks we've seen in the past are not this large after the burn. And so if we know that this is, no kidding, a different piece of data that's outside the range of our current understanding, that pushes us more quickly into, hey, let's get the redesign started now so we avoid the production risk. It's not a safety of flight, safety of crew, must-work function like the heat shield investigation sent us down. And it's going to take work to get it right, but it's not of that magnitude.
Okay, we'll take our last question from Marcia. Go ahead.
Marcia Dunn, Associated Press. I wanted to clarify that the immediate families will be watching for mission control for entry and splashdown. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes.
And they'll be reunited when the crew gets back to Houston?
Yeah, whenever the team that supports them makes sense,
okay,
yep.
Thanks.
All right, that's all the time we have for today. Our special coverage of Artemis 2 splashdown begins tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, ahead of splashdown at 7:07 p.m. Central Time. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow. Thanks for joining.
Houston integrity, is there anything we can do to help your efficiency here? We can execute some steps from 2.2.1.
Hey, Reed, we are just a couple of commands away from getting everything squared away for you.
Roger that. Thank you.
Integrity Houston, for PCD connectivity, we have not seen PCD2 reconnected to the network. If you can please check PCD2.
Okay, we will get on that. And for a crew that has asked for only lower cabin fan speeds this entire mission, we are very happy to have what we have right now. Thank you.
We see PCD2 on the network and silver linings.
Okay, great. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 21 hours, 52 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Aboard the vehicle, the 4 crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, Pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are busy stowing the crew cabin in preparation for tomorrow's return to Earth and breaking out the flight data file for a bit of study on all the procedures and timeline activities that will accompany their return to Earth for a splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday night. While we were in the mission's status briefing about 18 minutes ago, there was a smoke alarm that was enunciated on board, ultimately attributed to the crew beginning to pack up items in the crew cabin. It is believed that all that happened was the stirring up of some dust that the sensitive smoke detectors in the crew cabin picked up on, and in the conservative calibration that those sensors are placed in, enunciated that alarm. There is no smoke, there's no issue with the vehicle, but we thought that we would play for you.
Integrity Houston for cabin config.
Go ahead.
A probably wrong subject line there, but while we try to cool off the cabin temperature a bit, we have elected to turn off OFF, the cabin leak detection, just to avoid any further enunciations there. And once things stabilized, we will re-enable it, and we'll let you know when that's the case. Your edge key still works.
Okay, copy that.
Once again, while we were in the mission status briefing and the crew was beginning to tidy up the crew cabin, they apparently kicked up some dust, which triggered smoke detection, annunciation in the cabin, a smoke alarm, if you will. There was no smoke. There was no indication of any anomalous behavior on any of the environmental control systems on board Integrity, but we wanted to play for you the clip of the exchange between Commander Reed Wiseman and spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey during that 3-minute or so period of time in which we were evaluating the systems on board Integrity. Here's the clip.
Integrity Houston, we copy your call and we see the messages. We'll sync up when you're ready.
We are ready.
Okay, Reed, we'll take a quick report from your perspective on what you heard and saw and your conclusion on NAMA.
Okay, we're powering up the AGA right now. I'll let you know when it is up. Just from our perspective inside the cabin, we are 100% nominal operations. We are just gathering to start studying entry prep. Do you see any indications on the ground?
Yeah, Reed, we did see a large spike in the smoke detector data. However, it does appear to be normalizing. It does look a little different than the signatures that we've seen previously during the
cabin entry config. We are kicking up a fair amount of particulate. I wouldn't say there's a lot of dust in here, but I'm just looking around and there's a fair amount in here. So if it was simply a smoke detector detection, I think we are good. We did not manually initiate that.
Understand all, and we'll stand by when you have an AGA reading. We'll take it.
I know we need to wait 5 minutes, but right now all indications are off scale low. CO2 is 3.2, O2 is 21.3, temperature is 76.7, and we have a bit alpha of 16, a bit bravo of 0, and a cabin pressure of 14.8.
We copy all, and we're looking into the bit.
Houston Integrity, what is the smoke detector's nominal voltage?
Checking. Integrity, for the smoke detector, nominal voltage is around 1.2. We are seeing it hover at 1.2 or just above it.
Thank you for that.
Houston, we'll give you a minute to chew on the data, but our recommendation on board is for you to reconfigure for nominal operations.
And again, that was a replay of a clip of the exchange between spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control, part of the entry flight control team, and Commander Reed Wiseman on board Integrity. Just to recap briefly, at about 3:10 p.m., about 24 minutes ago, there was an enunciation of a smoke detector alarm on board Integrity, but all of the cabin environmental readings checked out to be normal. It is believed that this was the result of some dust that was kicked up. This happens frequently on the International Space Station, by the way. But the bottom line is no harm, no foul. Everything is in order on board Integrity. All of the systems are in great shape, and the crew is pressing ahead with stowage of the cabin and review of their flight data file. One note from the mission status briefing that was concluded. Flight Dynamics has provided to us the total distance traveled between launch and splashdown for Integrity that lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center, Pad 39B, back on Monday. It is calculated by Flight Dynamics that the total distance traveled for the Artemis 2 mission from launch to splashdown will be 694,481 miles. 694,481 miles. There's your official distance. And that includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity flew in for the first 24 hours of the flight prior to the translunar injection that sent the 4 astronauts off toward the moon and its lunar flyby earlier this week. The crew is preparing to move into a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to discuss all of the burns that remain on the docket for this flight and the procedures and all of the review of those procedures for entry and splashdown off the coast of California. This is Mission Control Houston here in the control room as we take a look at this great view of the Earth, growing larger in the field of view from one of the solar array wing cameras on Integrity. Shows the Earth. That's the port of call for Integrity for its splashdown.
Integrity Houston for email. Everything is synced up. You are go to open email. And let us know if and when would be a good time to come on board with the HHP cam.
We are definitely feeling a little bit behind on the timeline, so let us get back on step and we'll get that stuff going.
No worries, we copy.
And Reed Wiseman inviting us to come on board to watch the crew at work on this final full day of activities for the Artemis II astronauts. Will be coming on board shortly. Once again, the view of the Earth that you saw a moment ago that will punch out again right there. We're 3 hours and 25 minutes away from reaching the halfway point on the journey home from the moon. Again, splashdown is scheduled. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time tomorrow. Once the crew completes its briefing with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review all of the procedures associated with the entry and splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow, the Flight Dynamics Officer will provide the latest numbers and what's known as an entry pad. This is basically a list of numbers that show the time of the burns remaining, particularly the RTC3, or Return Trajectory Correction number 3 burn, that will take place early tomorrow afternoon, the final major maneuver to fine-tune the orientation of Integrity on its path to enter the Earth's atmosphere with precision to minimize peak heating on the vehicle and to bring it into the corridor that will result in a splashdown close to the recovery ship, the USS John P. Murtha. There is a second return trajectory correction burn that's scheduled this evening at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is currently planned to be about an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters with a resulting change in velocity of about 4.2 feet per second, once again fine-tuning Integrity's path toward the entry corridor, essentially a cone across the Pacific from southwest to northeast that is about 475 miles wide, 475 nautical miles wide. If you think of the beginning of entry interface, go 1,300 miles down track toward the coast of California. That is the initiation of the zone, the splashdown zone that we would like to enter in. We would prefer to enter into a zone that is as far downrange as 1,775 nautical miles, which is much closer to the coastline of California and much closer to where the recovery team will be waiting to begin the process of ensuring that the vehicle is not in any anomalous situation, no leaking of toxic gases, and to begin the process of erecting a large raft alongside of the vehicle called the front porch, in which the crew will be extracted and will spend a few minutes getting acclimated to the sensation of gravity for the first time in 9 days before they are hoisted in sequential fashion up to a pair of Navy helicopters to fly them back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will go into medical bay for initial medical evaluations. The latest information that we have received from the Murtha shows the order of extraction of the crew from the vehicle to be in this order. Christina Cook will be extracted first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reed Wiseman, will be last out of his ship. They'll all be in that front porch, the large inflatable raft, buttressed up alongside the hatchway to integrity, before they are hoisted one by one into the helicopters in alternating fashion. Christina Cook first up to helicopter number 1, Jeremy Hansen next to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover, third in line, will be hoisted to helicopter number 1 to join Cook, and Reed Wiseman last to be hoisted to helicopter number 2 to join Hansen for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha. There have been a lot of questions regarding peak velocity and G-forces on the crew. We can tell you that the current prediction by Flight Dynamics indicates that the peak velocity for integrity as it barrels back into the Earth's atmosphere will be just after we begin a 6-minute blackout in communications, which I'll explain again just a moment or two from now. We expect the speed to be about Mach 32, which equates to about 23,839 miles an hour. Now, that could vary a bit based on trajectory, angle of attack, and other factors, but we expect the peak velocity to be about 32 times the speed of sound. The G-forces on the crew expected to be up to about 3.9 Gs, very much in limits to what you would see for a returning Soyuz or Dragon crew, even though the velocity entering the Earth's atmosphere is much higher for integrity because of the distance that it is traveling on its way back from the moon. We'll run down all of the key times of entry events a short time from now, but for now, everything is going very well on board. The crew preparing to enter into a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to discuss all of the particulars regarding procedures for tomorrow's homecoming to bring to an end this historic lunar flyby. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 22 hours, 12 minutes, 24 seconds into the flight of integrity, this is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston for a follow-up. The false fire cleanup is complete, and your leak detection is re-enabled.
Outstanding, Jackie. Thank you very much. Feeling good on here.
Integrity Houston for State Vector Uplink.
Go ahead.
The pre-burn state vector has been uplinked. This means that your PCL slot 3 is no longer valid. Your PCL pointer is now pointing to your nominal slot 4.
Outstanding. It's great news, Jackie. Thank you. And we are going to head over to 2 for the conference.
We are ready. We'll meet you there.
This is Mission Control Houston. 7 days, 22 hours, 29 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. We're about 3 hours away from Integrity reaching the halfway mark between the moon and the Earth following its flyby of the lunar surface. Integrity systems in excellent shape. The crew currently in a conference with Flight Director Rick Henfling to review entry and splashdown procedures and elements of their flight data file, along with the rest of the flight plan for the remainder of the mission. Next up in major activity will be the brief firing of reaction control system thrusters 5 hours and 48 minutes from now in the RTC-2 burn. That's the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. that will further fine-tune the path of integrity as it begins to approach the Earth's atmosphere, that it will reach tomorrow afternoon for its entry back to Earth, a high-speed entry that we'll get into with more particulars here in a minute. The crew tomorrow on entry day will wake up at 10:35 a.m. Central Time to begin their final day in space. They'll begin to configure the crew cabin, completing all of the stowage of items that they no longer will need. They have already begun that task. This is basically cleanup day today. They'll be configuring the cabin for entry and preparing their launch and entry suits. There is another return trajectory correction burn that is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday. That's the final big burn that will clean up and tweak any further trajectory maneuvers to make sure that integrity is moving in the correct orientation with the right angle of attack as it enters the corridor, a cone if you will, across the Pacific Ocean for arrival at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. Although we are broadcasting 24/7 on the YouTube channel, continuous coverage all the way through the time the crew is on the recovery ship tomorrow evening, NASA Plus coverage will join in simulcasting all of this at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Friday afternoon and evening. At 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday, we'll hand over communications links from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. Just 18 minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday, the crew module will separate from the European service module. And just 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, the crew module thrusters will fire for about 18 seconds to nudge the aft end of the vehicle upward, basically reorienting the vehicle for the most favorable angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. In rapid-fire succession at that point, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, the vehicle and its 4 astronauts will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second. Range to touchdown, 1,701 nautical miles. Now, just 24 seconds after entry interface, heat will begin to build up around the vehicle, raising the temperature around the vehicle to about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and we will enter about a 6-minute blackout period at 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. This is expected. It is not unusual. We will have a loss of data and a loss of voice from the crew for about a 6-minute period because of the ionization, the plasma buildup around the vehicle as the heat shield repels the heat from the velocity of entry. During that blackout period and the period of peak heating, the G-forces on the crew will build to about 3.9 Gs, which is well within the limits planned for this mission. Integrity will conduct 2 role reversals, one to the left, one to the right during this period of time, actually the first pair of 5 such role reversals that will be commanded by computer to bleed off excess speed as the vehicle descends into the thicker regions, the denser regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will emerge from that blackout period at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time. And the blackout period ending should result in a resumption of communications with the crew. We'll be calling them to make sure that they can hear us, and we'll be waiting for their response. And at that point, we'll be just 7 minutes away from splashdown. The chute deployment sequence will occur in several stages. There are a total of 11 parachutes for Orion to slow its speed from a peak velocity of about 32 times the speed of sound to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour in a 14-minute period. So it's a pretty quick deceleration that will be felt by the crew on board Integrity. First up will be the deployment of 3 forward bay cover parachutes to pull the forward bay cover. That's essentially the top cover on the vehicle that must be pulled away from the rest of Integrity to ensure the deployment of the rest of the parachute system. So 3 forward bay cover parachutes will be deployed at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time. Each one of these chutes is 7 feet in diameter, weighing about 8 pounds apiece, 100% Kevlar. Those chutes are deployed at an altitude of about 24,000 feet when the vehicle is traveling at about 350 miles an hour. That'll be followed in quick succession by the deployment of 2 drogue chutes, and you'll hear all of this in real time. 2 drogue chutes will be deployed to stabilize the crew module during descent, establishing the proper conditions for the main parachute deployment that will follow imminently. The drogue chutes will deploy at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Central Time, while the vehicle is traveling now just 473 feet per second. So you can see how quickly the descent rate will decelerate, and we'll be calling out altitude and rate of descent all the way through Integrity's transit across the Pacific Ocean. The main chute deployment following 3 pilot parachutes that are used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. That's followed finally by main parachute deploy. That's the key thing we're looking for. These 3 large parachutes that will deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of about 5,400 feet above the ocean. And at this point, Integrity will be traveling just 198 feet per second. The main parachutes, the 3 large orange and white parachutes that you'll be seeing, are 116 feet in diameter. They weigh 310 pounds apiece. Each parachute is about 265 feet long. You'll see them reef in that typical manner that you see parachute deployments for a spacecraft that is landing on land in the case of Russian Soyuz vehicles, or in the case of Dragons landing in the Gulf or off the coast of California. So 11 parachutes will be employed during the descent of Integrity for its splashdown, and the current time that we have from Flight Dynamics for splashdown on Friday night is 7:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 6 seconds p.m. Pacific Time, which is about 2.5 hours before sunset out in the Pacific. Once Integrity splashes down in the Pacific, Navy helicopters and fast boats will be deployed to arrive by the capsule as quickly as possible. Here in Mission Control, we'll be first conducting the power down of the electrical systems and ensuring that no toxic gases are emanating from Integrity. The one thing, of course, we'll be looking for at splashdown is the orientation of the vehicle. If it's stable 1, we'll know, and that means it is upright. If it's stable 2, it will be upside down, but the system known as CMOOS by its acronym, the Crew Module Uprighting System, which consists of 5 large inflatable airbags at the top of the spacecraft, will be inflated nonetheless, whether it's stable 1 or stable 2, through helium that will maintain a stable upright orientation for Integrity to allow the start of the recovery operations. It is anticipated that it will take about 45 minutes to an hour to extract the crew from the vehicle. The extraction process, led by Navy divers and flight surgeons, will have Christina Cook exiting the vehicle first, followed by Victor Glover, followed by Jeremy Hansen, and the commander, Reed Wiseman, will be last off the ship. Once in the large inflatable raft that will be erected and buttressed up alongside the spacecraft, it's called the front porch. The crew will make sure that they are getting their Earth legs back after 9 days of weightlessness, and one by one they'll be fitted with harnesses to hoist them up to 2 hovering Navy helicopters. Christina Cook will be first up into helicopter number 1, followed by Jeremy Hansen into helicopter number 2. Victor Glover is third up in helicopter number 1. He will join Christina Cook, and Reed Wiseman will be last, going up into helicopter 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, which is the recovery ship. Once the crew is on board, they'll be taken into the medical bay for more comprehensive medical exams, and will spend some time aboard the ship before they're helicoptered off the ship back to San Diego, and ultimately to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center. So that, once again, is a rundown of all of the key times that we have at this point. Any updates, of course, we'll bring them along to you. But the crew currently in the midst of a review of entry and splashdown procedures with the entry team here in Mission Control. They'll be moving into a midday meal a short time from now. And once again, the next major event is going to be the return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is on tap for this evening, with the burn scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight, an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to tweak and fine-tune the path of Integrity back to Earth. About 2 hours and 45 minutes from now, the vehicle will pass the midway point of the return trip home from the moon that saw a fly around of the moon and human eyes casting a gaze and capturing historic photos of areas of the moon never seen before. So we will continue our nonstop coverage of the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission, all the way through the point that the crew will be in the medical bay on the ship tomorrow evening. Once again, splashdown is scheduled off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening.
Houston Integrity, we are back up on 1 after the conference.
We've got you loud and clear.
And we're on board Integrity with our 4 astronauts, Christina Cook on the left, Victor Glover, Commander Reed Wiseman, and Jeremy Hansen of the Canadian Space Agency on the right. The crew is continuing to stow equipment on board. They've concluded a conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling to review procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we'll soon be moving into a midday meal on this day before their homecoming to planet Earth. Integrity systems functioning very well. No issues being worked by the flight control team. No issues that would preclude a nominal entry and splashdown for the crew on Friday. One more note, I think of interest, of course, is the heat shield on Integrity and how it likely will fare during the high-speed return to Earth for Integrity's astronauts on Friday. I went through this a bit earlier today, but I think it's worth repeating. On Artemis 1, we flew a trajectory known as a skip entry, which means we performed an initial dip into the Earth's atmosphere to dissipate some energy to basically bleed off excess speed. Then we lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the eastern Pacific Ocean south of San Diego. As part of routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were some areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which created a cause for concern for a critical part of that spacecraft. It should be noted that the chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields like the one on Orion is expected. That mechanical liberation of the char is what was unexpected on Artemis 1. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, a process known as pyralization, which generates gas during entry. The generation rate of gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material known as avcoat. As those gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield, and the char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gas to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. On Artemis 1, however, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure got high enough, portions of the char layer liberated from the heat shield. As a result of the post-flight analysis, and by the way, it should be mentioned that by all estimation and all analysis, had a crew been aboard Artemis 1, it would have been safe for them to return. However, this was an off-nominal occurrence. As a result, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate that issue. All agreed with one conclusion. For Artemis 2, it was agreed to fly a shorter entry trajectory, in other words, a shorter amount of time from entry interface to a splashdown site, to avoid a temperature buildup or a temperature profile conducive to higher rates of gas generation as the aft coat chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis 3 and beyond, we're going to redesign that manufacturing process to make the aft coat block such that we will have material that starts out more porous, allowing more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for longer skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon, which of course is our destination for lunar landings at the outset. This is Mission Control Houston. You're looking at a wider view of the Artemis Flight Control Room, known as the White Flight Control Room, here in Mission Control at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Down the hall from here, in the International Space Station Flight Control Room that you see in your view, work is continuing as the work day for the Expedition 74 crew has wrapped up. They are, in fact, preparing for the launch of a SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket from the Cape Canaveral Space Force Station on Saturday morning. That launch scheduled at 6:41 a.m. Central Time, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time. to send a Northrop Grumman Cygnus cargo craft to the International Space Station packed with food, fuel, supplies, and scientific experiments. NASA Plus coverage of that launch will begin on Saturday morning at 6:20 a.m. Central Time, and again the launch 6:41 a.m. Central, 7:41 a.m. Eastern Time. A launch on Saturday, weather permitting, will result in a robotic capture of the Cygnus craft, which is named the SS Steve Nagel after the late former astronaut. That mechanical capture by the robotic arm under the operation of Jack Hathaway of NASA, backed up by Chris Williams, is scheduled for Monday at 11:50 a.m. Central Time, 12:50 p.m. Eastern Time. That's Monday, with our coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Central Time, high noon Eastern Time on Monday. The Cygnus spacecraft from Northrop Grumman will be installed onto the common berthing mechanism on the Earth-facing side of the Unity module for its delivery run to the Expedition 74 crew. So there's activity in both rooms. The segue from Artemis's return to Earth to resumption of space station operations. The resumption, not actually an accurate word, because the space station operates 24/7, 365. But the focus of attention will shift from Artemis to a certain extent to the active operations aboard the International Space Station. We're about 2.5 hours away from reaching the halfway point on Integrity's journey back to Earth from the moon. And, of course, with splashdown looming on the horizon, all of that activity will unfold in rapid-fire succession tomorrow afternoon and evening, culminating with a splashdown off the coast of San Diego for Integrity and its 4 astronauts at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Eastern Time. At a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours into the flight of Integrity, this is Mission Control Houston. And back aboard Integrity, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen in the middle of your screen, Christina Cook on the right. Reed Wiseman in the background. The crew continuing to stow equipment and get Integrity's cabin ship shape for tomorrow's return to Earth. Victor Glover just right there on the left side of your screen.
Houston Integrity, stowage, low priority.
Christina, go for stowage.
The keyboard is stowed per the return packing plan. It was deployed.
We copy.
And Jackie, while I have you, we just wanted to express even more our gratitude for these awesome, I'll call them drink notes and drink messages. So many people wrote really cool, heartfelt messages on our bonus drinks, and we are just smiling ear to ear every time we look at one. So thank you so much. It was really fun to find these, and they're really giving us a boost for entry day.
We will make sure that message gets heard by everyone who needs to hear it. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston here in the flight control room. A welcome visitor, Charlie Blackwell Thompson, the Artemis launch director who kicked off this mission with the flawless launch of the Space Launch System and the 4 Integrity astronauts back on April 1st. She's here visiting at the Johnson Space Center, currently talking to her ascent flight director, Judd Freeling, and the entry flight director, Rick Henfling, who will be on tomorrow to preside over Integrity's return to Earth. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 7 days, 23 hours, 18 minutes into the flight of Integrity. Enjoying the views inside the crew cabin of the vehicle as the crew continues to work through entry preparations, documenting items that they're stowing on board, and reviewing entry procedures in advance of tomorrow's homecoming that will result in a splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We are just under 5 hours away from the next engine firing. It's a thruster firing of the reaction control system jets on Integrity. That's the RTC-2 burn, the return trajectory correction number 2 burn. It will be a brief firing of the RCS system to tweak and refine Integrity's orientation as it heads toward an entry corridor tomorrow over the Pacific Ocean and its plunge back into the Earth's atmosphere. Just to refresh folks, Christina Koch and Reed Wiseman returned home from their first missions in a Russian Soyuz vehicle for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover was on a Crew Dragon mission, so he was in a parachute-assisted splashdown on water. Jeremy Hansen, of course, flying for the first time. So this will all be brand new to him, although this crew has trained for all of this for the better part of 2.5 years.
Integrity Houston, for the burn conference. We are ready when you are.
Okay, Jackie, we're going to take 2 more minutes, and then we'll call you back.
Sounds good.
This is Mission Control Houston, the burn conference referred to by Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control is the discussion that's coming up, brief discussion regarding the elements of the soon-to-be executed return trajectory correction to burn, basically a burn of short duration from the reaction control system on the vehicle that will fine-tune Integrity's path towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean tomorrow.
Jackie, we are ready to start the burn conference.
All right, for our RTC2 burn pad, we think you have V1 UTC of generation day 99, 11:30. Please confirm.
Confirmed.
All right, just a couple of deltas for you in the guidance solution. Delta V tote will be 5.2, T-go of 9 seconds. Delta V components, X negative 3.2, Y negative 0.8, and Z 4.0. How copy?
Copy all.
In the burn execution steps, there is no change, but we wanted to share the comment that if we determine interim targeting is required, we can run that from the ground. You all will be during your PAO event.
Copy.
And then we do have a couple of burn notes for you. The first is a clarification, actually a delta to the first line for tank pressurization. Tank pressurization will not occur during the burn config segment, and the burn will be performed in blowdown.
Makes sense. Copy.
We gave you a go earlier for venting ops, and we do have an OpNav pass coming up that we do not want venting during. The MET of that time frame is day 8, 0 hours, 40 minutes, to day 8, 2 hours, 0 minutes.
Copy.
And then finally, this is a little bit of a contingency information for you, but if you were to lose comm before, during, or after this burn, we've got a couple of burn plan pointers for you. If for some reason the nominal slot 4 burn plan does not converge during any of the pre-burn targeting, we want you to use ground targets. And after the RTC2 burn, if PCL and the RTC3 targeting does not converge, we've put a burn plan called Recovery 1 into slot 5. That removes a constraint on EI, and it should ensure convergence.
Copy all.
That is everything Houston has for the burn conference. Anything for us?
Negative. We're all good up here. Thank you.
All right, we're good to go, and there's absolutely no rush, but when there's a good moment, we would love a sync on cabin config.
This is Mission Control, Houston. You're continuing to watch the activities of the Integrity astronauts on board their spacecraft. Now less than 2 hours away from reaching the midway point on their trip back from the moon. Splashdown schedule for Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, at a point to the southwest of San Diego in the Pacific Ocean. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is in place, and barring some unforeseen development, will be deploying Navy helicopters and Navy divers and recovery personnel to extract the 4 astronauts from the spacecraft within an hour after splashdown, hoist them into 2 hovering Navy helicopters and fly them back to the deck of the ship, where they'll undergo extensive medical exams before they're flown back to shore and ultimately back to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston. The conference you just heard between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey and the crew, involving the specificities of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn number 2 that is scheduled at 9:53 p.m. Central Time tonight. It'll be a 9-second burn now. And this, again, fine-tunes the angle of attack and the path of Integrity's trajectory to hit the sweet spot in the corridor across the Pacific Ocean for entry interface and the high-speed return back to Earth for a parachute-assisted splashdown.
Houston, integrity TLT is about to be commanded.
Houston copies. We're ready. And Christina, we see a good solution. Thank you.
Integrity copies.
Integrity, Houston. Please check the connection for PCD3 when able.
We're on it. And we will be calling shortly for the sync on the cabin that you requested.
Sounds great. We're just trying to pull a few more images off that PCD, so we'll watch for it to connect.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 7 days, 23 hours, 53 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission, the lunar flyby of the moon that made history this week. The mission far from over, however. You are on board Integrity. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. In the middle, Victor Glover. Just behind Glover, almost out of the field of view, Christina Cook, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen on the right. The crew has been busy packing up their crew cabin today. They've been reviewing entry procedures for tomorrow's return to Earth. They'll move into a midday meal here just a short time from now. We will have a public affairs event at 6:50 p.m. Central Time, where the crew, a final PAO event in which the crew will have an opportunity to talk to a number of Congress people, members of Congress who will be gathered in various locations to have a chance to talk to the crew about their adventure around the moon and to offer their congratulations. Coming up at 9:53 p.m. is the return trajectory correction burn, RTC-2 burn. That'll be a 9-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor, a cone, if you will, across the Pacific Ocean, in which they will enter tomorrow evening to begin the high-speed return to Earth and a parachute-assisted splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time on Friday evening. When Integrity and its 4 astronauts do splash down tomorrow night, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown on this mission will have spanned 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was placed in through the launch atop the Space Launch System and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, the upper stage burn, that enabled Integrity to spend 24 hours in a high Earth orbit that reached about 43,000 miles at apogee, giving flight controllers here an opportunity to check out all of the critical systems, including the environmental control systems in the spacecraft, prior to the translunar injection burn that committed Integrity to a free return trajectory around the moon and its current trajectory heading back to Earth. The translunar injection burn was, in essence, also a deorbit burn of sorts, with the crew having been set on a pre-planned course through orbital and lunar mechanics that will result in its entry into the Earth's atmosphere and a splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. All of Integrity's systems are in great shape. A little while ago, they participated in a entry conference with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling, just basically to review procedures and to answer any questions that the crew might have of the flight control team. But we're working no issues here. Everything looking very good, setting up for the return trajectory correction burn that will occur 4 hours and 21 minutes from now. One other countdown clock that's ticking here in the mission control room is the halfway mark en route back to the moon. It is almost incongruous to imagine this, but here we are on the eve of homecoming for the Integrity astronauts, and we're an hour and 33 minutes away from reaching the halfway point en route back from the moon. It's just the way orbital mechanics works, that sets the course and the velocity and the entrapment of Integrity into the grip of Earth's gravity that dictates all of that. But again, we're about a little over an hour and a half away from reaching the halfway point back from the moon for the splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow night. The 4 crew members are scheduled to begin their 8.5-hour sleep period at 2:05 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning. The entry team will be coming on console at 10:30 tomorrow morning to begin a handover from the planning team, or the Orbit 3 team, if you will. The crew will be awakened at 10:35 a.m. to begin their final hours in space. We'll set off to final configuration activities for the crew cabin. The final burn, the RTC-3 burn of the reaction control system jets, that will be the final critical firing to complete the fine-tuning of their path towards entry interface. That RTC-3 burn on Friday is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. The crew will move into its entry checklist just after 4 p.m. Our NASA Plus coverage, which will be the simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage that you've been watching and listening to since launch on Monday. Our NASA Plus coverage will begin at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. A communications link handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System will occur at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, just a few minutes before the crew module and service module separate. The European service module to pyrotechnically separate from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. 16 minutes later, at 6:53 p.m. Central Time, we will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling at peak velocity at some 32 times the speed of sound. At 6:37 p.m., there will be a raise burn. This is prior to entry interface. It's about an 18-second burn that will be refined in terms of its duration tomorrow. But the raise burn will gently nudge the aft end of the vehicle to properly align it to the right angle of attack for the entrance into the Earth's atmosphere, and to provide the lessening of a buildup of heat against Integrity's heat shield as it descends through the regions of the Earth's atmosphere. We will encounter a planned 6-minute communications blackout at about 6:53 and 54 seconds p.m. Central Time. Again, this is due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization effect, if you will. This is typical of all high-speed entries back into Earth for any vehicle. In this case, it will last about 6 minutes. Once we regain communications with the crew, we will be just 7 minutes from splashdown, and we'll be initiating a rapid-fire succession of the deployment of series of parachutes. First, the parachutes that will pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then a series of drogue suits, and then finally 3 main parachutes that will slow Integrity's speed to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations with helicopters, Navy divers, flight surgeons, crew surgeons, Navy surgeons, a whole flotilla, if you will, of recovery personnel. The key will be the erection of a large raft called a front porch that will be erected alongside the side hatch of Orion to enable the extraction of the crew one by one and the hoisting of the crew members onto the 2 hovering Navy helicopters overhead for a short flight back to the recovery ship, where they'll be brought into medical bay, for medical exams prior to spending some time on the ship, and the subsequent flight off the ship in helicopters to the Naval Air Station in San Diego, where they'll subsequently board a NASA jet for the flight back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So all of that is upcoming over the next 24 hours or so. But again, everything is in great shape on board Integrity, all of its systems ready to support its entry back into the Earth's atmosphere and its splashdown off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset tomorrow night. This is Mission Control Houston. 8 days, 26 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. You've been enjoying the views inside the crew cabin. Christina Cook on your left, Victor Glover with his back to the camera, Jeremy Hansen on your right. Reed Wiseman is there as well. They've been working to pack up the crew cabin in advance of tomorrow's parachute-assisted splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego. Splashdown time scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time Friday night, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston Integrity, did you want to talk stowage now?
We are ready. And big picture, we're just looking for what IVA called a vibe check, how the day is going and how you feel going forward.
So we completed the stowage that was in the procedure 26.5.300. All of that went fine. And so really at this point, we'll probably have a little bit more uneaten food that we'll put in bag 7 is our plan right now, just depending on how much food we individually eat over the next day, I guess. And other than that, we're just sort of going through the cabin and putting things away as we're done with them and just looking it up on the Excel spreadsheet as to where to put them, the packing plan. And that's a bit tedious at times, but overall I think we have a handle on it.
Hey, Jeremy, thanks for the status. A couple things for you. We have no problem helping you out if you're looking for something in the packing plan or just want a quick answer. Don't hesitate to call us. And we were also wondering how the water bag stowage went and just wanted to make sure that worked out well.
Okay, we just went around the group. Nobody had done that. I guess all of us were sort of thinking it was timeline somehow. So we'll go back to the daily summary and have a look at that. We can fit that in somewhere, but we haven't done it yet.
Jeremy, in the entry stowage prep activity, there is a link to the message that talks about the water bag stowage.
That conversation between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in the flight control room and Jeremy Hansen on the right of your screen aboard Integrity, dealing with where items are being stowed for the trip back home tomorrow. We are still 1 hour away from reaching the halfway point on the trip back from the moon. The moon being the prime target for this mission and the historic lunar flyby that occurred by this crew back several days ago that carried the crew behind the far side of the moon, flying within 4,000 miles of the lunar surface before beginning the trip back to Earth.
And then the other thing I have for you that just might simplify, as we take down all of the Nat Geo setup and the charging setup, where is there a simple way that just all of that stuff can go in one location? So I'm talking about the USB charger, the field recorder, the GoPro Max, the Bogan arm for that, the microphone. Can all of that just go in one location, or as opposed to us having to look up where each of these items go? Plus, I'm also curious about the battery chargers for the D5s. They need to go somewhere as well.
Yeah, Jeremy, actually you have an activity on your timeline just after the midday meal block. Stand by. Okay. Hey, sorry. At the very end of the day, there is a Nat Geo stow activity, which, if you are done with that equipment, can be performed any time, and that should hopefully make that more efficient. And we are checking on the battery chargers for D5 questions.
That's helpful. And then what about, I think we'd like to leave, I'm kind of expecting we might want to leave the USB charger up tonight. Maybe not, but if we do, where can we put that quickly in the morning, including all of its charging cables?
Yeah, Jeremy, acknowledge the current location isn't conducive to last-minute packing, so feel free to leave it out, the charger and the cables tonight, and by the morning we will have a specific suggestion for stowing those items.
Okay, and then the PCD power cable that we are using in PUP 2, same thing for that. Probably want to leave that out tonight, make sure we get all our PCDs charged, and then put that away as soon as we wake up.
We copy.
Again, ongoing discussions between Jeremy Hansen and Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control as the crew packs up from a cislunar camping trip. This is very much akin to what you would do after a camping trip or a holiday vacation. There was no holiday involved here. It was simply an historic flyby of the moon that occurred several days ago.
Integrity, for Jeremy's final question about the battery chargers for the D5s, instructions for stowing that equipment is in a timelined activity on read at the end of the day called USB Power Strip Stow.
Okay, thanks, Jackie.
And one separate item for Christina, we have uplinked some additional files to all PCDs that she can find for her reference.
So with Integrity Systems in good shape and the crew nearing the halfway point between the moon and the Earth on its trip back to Earth, the crew is making a list, checking it twice. All the items that they're packing up right now for the high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow evening. Meanwhile, we're about 40 minutes away from a public affairs event where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew, ask them a few questions. This is the final public affairs event of the mission that began with a launch at 5:35 p.m. Central Time, 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time, back on April 1st, with Integrity launching atop the Space Launch System, moving into a high Earth orbit that reached an apogee of 43,000 miles for the first 24 hours to enable flight controllers to check out all of its systems before the following day's translunar injection burn that sent the crew en route to the moon and its flyby around the moon on a free return trajectory that is now carrying them back to Earth for their splashdown in the Pacific tomorrow evening. Less than an hour away from the midway point between the Earth and the Moon, there is the destination for Integrity's astronauts, the home planet of Earth. The velocity of Integrity will begin to speed up pretty dramatically in the morning. In the final hours of this mission, the crew will be awakened on Friday morning at 10:35 a.m. Central Time, 11:35 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll move into the final configuration of their crew cabin for entry. We have coming up in about 3 hours and 40 minutes the return trajectory correction burn number 2, a 9-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters that will further fine-tune Integrity's path toward an entry corridor prior to reaching the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. There is a final RTC-3 burn, a return trajectory correction number 3 burn, at 1:53 p.m. Central Time on Friday afternoon. That will be a few hours before we get into the critical events that will lead toward splashdown. The separation of the crew module from the European service module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, an 18-second raise burn that basically will refine the angle of attack heading into the Earth's atmosphere for the crew. That will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface, the point at which the crew will reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and feel the tug of gravity for the first time in 9 days. That's scheduled at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday evening. A series of parachutes will begin to deploy to first pull the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then deploy drogue chutes and then the main parachutes, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset off the coast of San Diego. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal, with winds less than 10 knots and wave heights very, very gentle. Almost ideal conditions for the return of these 4 crew members. This has been a fairly quiet day of board integrity, with the crew concentrating on stowing the crew cabin and reviewing their flight data file, conferring with Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling regarding entry and splashdown procedures, and making sure that all the equipment they need for their final hours in space and their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere tomorrow, that everything will be at their disposal. Once again, we're about 30 minutes out from our final public affairs event of this mission, a conversation between members of Congress and the crew of Board Integrity as we approach the halfway mark of their trip home back to Earth from the moon.
Houston Integrity, quick stowage thing. Just confirm for us there are only two, or confirm the quantity of contingency urine stowage bags on board Integrity.
Jeremy, there are 3 total. You used 1 for potable water on the first day. We think you've used 1 for urine, and we think you have 1 empty. Integrity Houston, for your essay, the ground is going to do a round of intermediate targeting here shortly.
Okay, thank you for that, Jackie.
Just 38 minutes away from reaching the halfway point of the trip back from the moon. Integrity's astronauts are continuing to pack up all of the gear in their crew cabin for tomorrow's return to Earth. And we are about 20 minutes away from a public affairs event in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All of Integrity's systems are operating in great shape. No issues being worked by the flight control team here in Mission Control. The day is beginning to wind down. However, there is one more critical burn on tap for this evening. That's scheduled 3 hours and 25 minutes from now. at 9:53 p.m. Central Time. That is the second in the series of 3 return trajectory correction burns, the RTC-2 burn, as it is called. This will be about a 9-second firing of the thrusters to fine-tune Integrity's path and angle of attack, simply tweaking its orientation towards an entry corridor that will take it toward its splashdown point off the coast of San Diego on Friday night. And once again, just to set the timeline straight for folks who are interested, the crew will go to sleep just after 2 a.m. Central Time on Friday morning, an 8.5-hour sleep period, with a wake-up call for their final hours in space aboard Integrity at 10:35 a.m. Central Time on Friday. At 1:53 p.m. Central Time, the final return trajectory correction maneuver, or burn, will be conducted. One final opportunity to sweeten the trajectory of Integrity towards its entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean. We will move into a communications handover from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System at 6:15 p.m. Central Time on Friday night. And a few minutes later, at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, the pyrotechnic separation of the European service module from the crew module will take place. Within 4 minutes after that, there'll be a so-called raise burn. This is an 18-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to tilt the angle of attack ever so slightly upward. The aft end of Integrity will be tilted upward, and that will complete the trajectory refinement for Integrity's path through the Earth's atmosphere. All of that designed to provide the best orientation of the vehicle in the minimization of heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. If all goes as planned, Integrity will enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 30 seconds p.m. Central Time on Friday night. Just seconds later, we'll enter a planned 6-minute communications blackout because of the buildup of plasma around the vehicle that will block communications and data transfer from Integrity to the flight control team here in Houston. Once we emerge from that communications blackout and reestablish comm with the crew, then we're just minutes away from the series of parachute deployments, 11 parachutes in all, first to yank the forward bay cover off the top of the vehicle, then to deploy drogue chutes, and then finally the main parachutes that will slow Integrity's rate of descent to a gentle 19 miles an hour at splashdown. As mentioned before, the highest rate of velocity, the peak velocity for the vehicle in its return back to Earth, should occur at about 6:54 p.m. Central Time tomorrow, when Integrity will be traveling.
For your scene and voice checks.
We are taking a look, and we'll take a 10 count.
Wireless mic, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, blast off.
Copy, blast off. Good scene and voice. We'll be ready on time.
Copy, thanks.
That scene and voice check, part of the routine procedures to set up for our public affairs event coming up in about 16 minutes, where members of Congress will have an opportunity to talk to the crew aboard Integrity. Once again, the peak velocity that Integrity will reach, according to flight dynamics, during its entry back to Earth is about 23,839 miles an hour, or Mach 32. From that point, just 13 and a half minutes later, the vehicle will have slowed from that velocity down to just 19 miles an hour at touchdown. Splashdown again scheduled for 7:07 p.m. Central, 5:07 p.m. Pacific time on Friday night. The USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is on station, ready to deploy Navy divers and other recovery personnel, Navy helicopters, fast boats that will erect a life raft, basically a huge raft called a front porch, alongside the capsule after splashdown and after airbags are inflated at the top of the capsule to maintain upright orientation for Integrity. After a period of time, the hatch will be open. The Navy divers, including a Navy surgeon, will move inside the vehicle to make a preliminary health check of the crew before they are extracted one by one onto the front porch and then be hoisted onto a pair of hovering helicopters for a short flight back to the deck of the USS John Murtha and to be brought into medical bay aboard the ship for more comprehensive medical exams. In all, at the time of touchdown, or splashdown as the case may be in this flight, the total distance traveled from launch to splashdown will have spanned 694,481 miles. That includes the high Earth orbit that Integrity was launched into for the first 24 hours of the mission to provide flight controllers an opportunity to check out all of its systems. Everything in good shape on board Integrity. The stowage of the cabin in preparation for the crew's homecoming tomorrow has continued in flawless fashion. No issues being worked here in the flight control room as the Orbit 3 team, or the planning shift, comes on to begin a handover.
Integrity for that stowage for the water that we've just been working on. It says nadir. So can you just confirm you want it on the bottom underneath the other CTBs?
The Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is coming on duty for the second half of the crew's workday. They'll hand over overnight to the Orbit 3 team, which is the planning shift.
It's on the bottom underneath the other bags. And if you're looking kind of naturally at the lockers, it's the bottom left of Delta.
Okay. Yeah, that's how we interpret it too, so we'll do that. That's a bit more challenging, but we should be able to get it done. The other thing is we could use a location for 2 more hefty bags. We got the ones that we've used today so far out of the containment bag.
Checking on the hefty bag location, and while I have you, just some vehicle essay. Your intermediate targeting was good, and GNC is syncing all nav channels to channel 3 and doing a primary to BFS state transfer.
Okay, Jackie, all that tracks.
Integrity Houston, for Jeremy and the hefty bags, you should find 4 additional hefty bags in one of the 2 JSBs that you've been using today.
Okay, we'll have a look. Houston Integrity, can you bring the fan speed down to our preferred PAO setting, and if it's already there, thank you.
It is there.
And we have the camera off just to prevent overheating and battery drain. Confirm you got a good image coming down.
We do have an image coming down.
You know, Jackie, snark does carry you across the cosmos.
That delayed smile made me feel very good. Integrity Houston, for the live camera feed, we are getting intermittent dropouts, like maybe 2/3 of the time, every few seconds, it's dropping to black. We'd like you to check the encoder settings for HD, and if those all look good, then perhaps we need a camera swap. Copy, thumbs up.
Jackie, we confirmed all the settings were per the procedure. We have restarted. We stopped and restarted the stream. We're prepping another camera. Please let us know what you'd like.
It does not seem to have helped the situation. We'd like to try the camera swap.
Doesn't work.
This is Mission Control Houston. We're standing by for the crew to complete the setup for the upcoming PAO event, in which they'll have an opportunity to talk to members of Congress. All this happening as we're just 17 minutes away from Integrity reaching the halfway point en route home from the moon, with splashdown scheduled off the coast of San Diego on Friday evening.
Jackie, new camera in place and wired up. How's it look?
We are checking.
Wireless mic audio check. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Integrity, the audio from the mic and video are looking good. We'll be ready to start the event. Integrity, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston, this is Integrity. We are.
Administrator Isaacman, this is Mission Control Houston. Please call Integrity for a voice check.
Check.
Integrity had a check, loud and clear. How do you have us?
Integrity, Jared, you're about 5x3 right now, but it's looking like it's stabilizing. It's great to chat with you again. And good evening, Artemis 2 crew. As you all approach your final day on this historic journey around the moon, the people of Earth remain inspired by your mission. They are energized by space exploration, and most importantly, they're eager to have you all home very soon. Now, NASA couldn't execute on our important mission without the steadfast support we receive from the United States Congress. We work with the agency to make sure it has the right direction to expand American leadership in space and the necessary resources to execute on our world-changing mission. Now, we have several NASA congressional supporters online today, and they have a few questions they'd like to ask you on behalf of their constituents across the country. Our first question is coming from Senator Ted Cruz of Texas, who spearheaded our One Big Beautiful Bill historic investment in America's leadership in space. The chairman is with me now at Johnson Space Center, and over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Jared. Integrity, this is Ted, comms check. It is, I feel very official now. I will say I feel particularly profound. This is the first and only time in my life when I've stood next to someone who is speaking on behalf of the people of Earth. That's a heck of a statement, and I know that you guys are. I can only imagine the awe and wonderment you feel, but I want to just start by saying thank you. You are inspiring. That is not hyperbole when Jared speaks about the people of Earth across the planet. People are watching you and amazed, watching you put food packets away, as we were doing just a few minutes ago, watching you float around with the floating head, and you are bringing people together all across our globe. So thank you. Thank you for your good cheer. Thank you for your eloquence. Thank you for inspiring people. I have two questions. Number one, if you could go back in time and talk to yourself at age 10, what would you tell yourself about going to the moon? And then question two, if and when they make a movie about this, who do you want to play you?
Well, sir, it's an honor to be with all of you, and please say hello to all of our colleagues there at Johnson Space Center. We can't wait to be back. My 10-year-old self, I recently found some photos of myself on a family vacation at Kennedy Space Center, and we were posing in front of the Saturn V rocket with my siblings and my parents. And if I could have told that little girl who took home a picture of Earthrise and hung it in her room that she would eventually launch from that same place to see that same view, I'm pretty sure she would not believe it. But even though I still can't believe it, and she certainly wouldn't believe it, she chased that dream, and it ended up happening. It's such an honor to hear that we've inspired. That's truly one of the top things that we ever wanted to do. And I am definitely not answering the movie question. That's going to be for Reed.
Senator Cruz, it's great to talk to you, and thank you for visiting our friends and family there at the Johnson Space Center. That is fantastic. We've thought a little bit about the movie, and I think that's way out of our pay grade. So we don't know who's going to play us. That's up to whoever decides. But one thing we do know for certain is this guy is going to be played by Buzz Lightyear, 100%, no doubt.
Thank you so much, Senator Cruz. Our next question comes from Senator Maria Cantwell of Washington.
Hi, congratulations to NASA and the Artemis team. I want you to know I spoke to Ann McLean earlier today, and she said the 8 balls are all incredibly proud of you. This mission is a major investment in science and a testament to human achievement. The Orion thrusters were built here in the state of Washington, and I invite you all to come and see the innovation and the people that you've inspired. My question is, as Americans who've traveled the farthest and seen direct observations that are proving so invaluable, once we go back and land humans on the moon, what are we going to learn from the human eye that the moon rovers couldn't tell us?
You know, I hope this really resonates because of right now and what's going on back there, at least what we hear about going on back home and in our communities. I think you all can feel the energy that this mission has brought. I really hope so. And one of the things that I was asked to talk about when I come back by one of my good friends, Tony Antonelli, he said, I want to know how it feels. There's going to be tons of pictures, but I want to know how it feels. And I think a rover can collect data a lot slower, but the human's going to be able to do it much faster. But then they're also going to come back and tell you how it feels. But physiologically, in a technical and medical sense, but also in an emotional sense, so that we can continue to have that human connection, not just the scientific and exploration, but the human connection.
Our next question comes from Senator Jerry Moran of Kansas.
Good evening to all of you. On Monday, Administrator Isaacman and I visited the Cosmosphere in Hutchinson, Kansas. Commander, it's the place you told me was the best space museum in the world. I've repeated that many times. I'd like to extend an invitation to each of you to come visit us in Hutchinson and be my guest. But I also want you to tell me how you can see the Artemis 2 mission, as well as the Cosmosphere, inspiring the next generation for the well-being of the world.
Well, sir, I'll definitely take you up on that invitation because I have yet to see that museum, and I've just heard amazing things about it. So I look forward to that opportunity. And I hope that maybe something from this mission will end up in that museum at some point in the future. You know, as far as inspiration goes, I really think it comes down to just getting stuff done. And you can have an inspiration program, you can invest a lot of money in that, or you can have a program that just goes out and gets things done, like the Artemis program is doing. And then you can spend your inspiration program dollars on just disseminating that to the masses. And that is what I see happening here right now. I think we're knocking it out of the park.
Thank you, sir. Our next question is for Reed, comes from Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland.
Well, greetings to all of you. Reed, I had a special question for you because of your old alma mater. What would you say to a student attending your old high school, Delaney High School in Baltimore County, or to any other student in America who aspires to follow in your footsteps as an astronaut?
Well, Senator, it's great to talk to you. It's great to talk to you, especially from my home state of Maryland there. Lots of love. And I mean, this could be a huge answer, but most simply, I think that the students of today, they've got to be willing to fail. They've got to be willing to take some risk in their school. Straight A's, that might be important to some, but really expanding your horizons, going out and doing things that are difficult, things that scare you, things that you might have to try a few times before you get them right. That's all well and good, and that's a huge part of the learning process. And one of my biggest takeaways from life is it's not how well you succeed, it's how well you fail. And when you have a tough spot, you got to get up and get back on the horse and keep on going. And I think that's so critical for the youth across the nation and across the world today. Just keep driving and keep trying and keep innovating. Thank you.
Good advice. Thank you.
Next up, we have a question from Congressman Brian Babin of Texas.
Hello, Artemis 2 crew, Reed, Victor, Christian, Christina, and Jeremy. I'm so proud to represent the team at Johnson Space Center and supporting you every step of the way. The entire country is inspired by your work and your dedication. It's amazing. And my question would be, if you could relive one moment of this mission so far, what would it be?
Wow, we are all brainstorming, and it would be a lot easier if you had said a list of 5, but I'm actually going to go way back because the big contenders are the eclipsed moon, which was one of the most surreal things any of us have ever seen, and it literally rendered us speechless. But I'm going to go all the way back to launch, because when we launched, it is such a quick experience. Our entire powered flight on the rocket was shorter than what we've done in this press conference so far. Yet it is such an incredible, important part of the mission, a dynamic phase in the mission. We train it so much. And if I could go back and replay it in slow motion to just imprint those memories even more, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Our next question comes from... Our next up, we have Congresswoman Zoe Lofgren of California.
Well, hello, crew, and thank you for all you've done. You've inspired people all over the world, and Brian Babber and I work together on the committee to make sure you have support across the board. Your last 8 days have taken place in the Integrity Orion spacecraft. Now, integrity is a quality we all strive for and hope our leaders can live up to. This mission has been unifying in so many ways and captured a global audience. What do you hope humanity takes away from it?
Thank you for that question, and hello to everyone in California. I hope that we connect back to when we went to the moon the first time and we started calling big things that humanity accomplished moonshots, and we take ownership of this moonshot and realize that we can do it. And then we also think about the future and that this is just the beginning, and that there's nothing that we can't accomplish when we pull all of our differences together, not in spite of them, but when we pull them together and we work on something big for the good of everyone.
All right, next we have a question from Congressman Hal Rogers of Kentucky.
We're proud of you and proud of the tracking that's being done of your event at Morehead State University in eastern Kentucky. After emerging from the far side of the moon and seeing the entirety of the Earth through that small window, how has all of this impacted your determination for what America can accomplish in space?
It reminds you, first, just being, right now we're 106,000 miles away from planet Earth still, and we'll be home tomorrow. Part of this is just scale. It is unbelievable to think that we could build an international team led by the United States of America and set our sights out on a sustained presence on the moon and onto Mars, and then we can go and achieve it. And I know we did this in Apollo, and it was absolutely amazing, but I will tell you, having been there, the 4 of us having been there just now, this is nothing short of a miracle. It is incredible that we can go out and do this, that we can play with gravity, that we can target around the moon, that we can send 4 humans in a spaceship 250,000 miles from home and bring them back. There is nothing this nation cannot do when it has a vision. It just has the capability to go out and get anything done we want to get done.
All right, next up we have Congresswoman Grace Meng of New York.
Hello to our crew. This is Grace Meng from Queens, New York. Thank you to the administrator, and thank you to our trailblazing crew. My question is, thank you for taking the time to speak with us. Our entire country has been following your journey with pride, and we're incredibly grateful for your service. You've spent years in simulators at Johnson Space Center that recreated every vibration, system failure, cockpit light with high accuracy, and most of you have even been to the International Space Station. Now that you're almost home, what is the one thing that has surprised you about this mission that your training and prior space experience did not or could not prepare you for? And we can't wait to welcome you back to Earth. Thank you again.
Well, it's going to be a 2-for-1 deal because I definitely have to call out what Christina was talking about, seeing the far side of the moon, but eclipsed. And when it's eclipsed the sun was, I know you saw some pictures, and the pictures look pretty close to what we saw, but it really was something. But the other thing, kind of, your question made me think about when you're talking about all the simulations. We simulate the first day of the mission a lot and the last day of the mission a lot. And near the end of the first day, we separate from the upper stage of the rocket, and then that's when we did the proximity ops where we flew around the upper stage as if we were docking to it. And in the simulator, you watch and you have all these things you're checking to see if you have actually separated from the vehicle. And if you haven't, you have a bunch of things you need to do because it's not good. And in space, it's nothing like that. We essentially got ejected off the top of that thing. We were all sitting in here waiting for that moment, and all of a sudden, we're all pinned to the floor. Like, well, I guess we separated.
All right, next we have a question from Senator Mark Kelly of Arizona.
Hey guys, I know you're busy, so I don't want to take up much of your time here, but very proud of you. World's looking up because of you. You've reminded millions of what a crew and a mission and a shared purpose can really do. So thank you for taking and carrying the hopes of a nation beyond the horizon. I think we really needed this at this point in our history. I really appreciate it. And Victor, since I'm in John McCain's Senate seat and you are a McCain alum, so this question is for you. Just curious, how fast are you going at EI? What kind of G profile are you going to be on? And how sporty of a ride do you expect it to be when those chutes open?
Oh, Mark, thank you. It's great to hear from you. Thank you for your continued leadership and support and friendship. And the ride's been amazing. Jumping off the pad was awesome. And a lot of people think about rocket science and staging, power versus weight. Well, slowing down from that speed takes just as much thought and practice. And so we're going to come into the atmosphere at about almost 40 times the speed of sound. And then we will slow down to a 20-mile-an-hour touchdown into the Pacific. But the G profile will actually be very similar to what it is on launch. We'll get up into the 3 Gs, just over 3 Gs on the way down for a normal entry. But if it was a ballistic, we could get up to as high as 9, 10 Gs, which is what you pull in a fighter jet. But we could be doing that for several minutes, for 8 or 9 minutes. And so the G profile is going to be pretty sporty. But when we touch down, the heat shield and the parachutes are going to get us nice and slow so that we touch down at what did I say, about a 20-mile-an-hour splashdown in the Pacific. And we can't wait to see the dive team and the Navy that are going to come and pick us up.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, next we have Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
Hey, everybody. I know how proud we are in Alabama of the role that Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville has played in this incredible mission. So I can't even imagine how unbelievably proud your families are of you and how excited they are to see you soon and to welcome you back to Earth. So instead of a question, I want to let each of you just take the next minute to publicly address your children and the next generation of space explorers as history-making space fleet, this mission enters its final hours. So thank you so much for your incredible service and your example.
Thank you very much for this question. We are in a maneuver right now, so I hope we don't lose the signal briefly, but we just heard the thrusters firing on the service module to reorient us. We have a return trajectory correction burn number 2 coming up in just a little while. But I just want to look at my daughters, Ellie and Katie, and just say I love you, and their support has been unbelievable. I don't think they knew what this mission really meant when we launched, but they have learned through the outpouring of public support, their friends' support, and family support. Really, the world has come together. We have seen it, and we have seen it through their eyes, too. And it has been a very proud moment for me as their father to see the joy in their expression and the way they email and communicate when we have private conferences. It's still on.
For my three children, Devin, Ashley, and Caitlin, I think it's worth pointing out, I learn as much, maybe more from you than you learn from me. But the one thing I'd remind you, and I think is worth reminding ourselves and other youth, is that all you have to do on any given day is just get up and do your best and try to find joy in your day and try to contribute in a meaningful and positive way. And that's it. And I think we as humans, we put too much pressure on ourselves looking for perfection. And if you look at what we're doing out here, it is far from perfection, but we are getting it done.
Wait, that's us. The view is perfect.
Genesis, Maya, Joya, and Corinne, as we are on our way back from this dream of a mission, your mom and I look forward to supporting you, chasing and catching your own dreams. We spent years coaching you, but we are very much in that transition to being cheerleaders and just rooting for you in life. And to the future citizens out there, the same sentiment applies. I hope this mission is giving you something that you can take and put in your pocket or in your heart and mind that you keep with you. But it's not because we want you to see what we've tried to show you. It's because we want you to take this and build a vocabulary to explain the world to us.
Wow. Wow, Victor. Why do I ever answer questions around you guys?
That was incredible.
That was incredible.
I'll take this second to say something to my 9 nieces and nephews, which is, I love you, and thank you for the amazing letters you wrote me, the amazing pictures you drew me. You had beautiful Earths and rockets, and they truly touched my mission, and I feel like you're here with me.
All right, next is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos of Florida.
Hi, crew. This is Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, and I represent Kennedy Space Center in Congress. And what a thrill to have watched you take off from Kennedy Space Center. It truly unified America. I have a question from one of our local voters here in Indian River County. Her name is Renee, and she said, what were you thinking when you were going around the moon, the furthest ever from Earth, on the dark side of the moon? We'd love to hear your thoughts as you made your way around the moon out of radio contact.
So during the time of the nearest approach to the moon, we were doing so much science. I took a brief moment to say a short prayer of gratitude for being sent on this mission and trusted with, bringing back scientifically relevant information. And I also just felt like I was hoping that people looked up and were watching to see when we came back into communication, and that maybe there was a chance that folks would feel a sense of togetherness. We have a moment of silence whenever something solemn and that requires reverence or someone that we love has passed away, but maybe we could call it a moment of togetherness. As we were in radio silence, I was really hoping that we could just have a sense. You heard the word togetherness a lot from our crew, and really was hoping that while we were waiting to get back in contact, that people could just feel that sense of togetherness, that we were all a crew on Spaceship Earth.
All right, our second to last question is from Congresswoman Valerie Foushee of North Carolina. This one's for Christina.
Good evening, Artemis 2 crew. Indeed, you are inspirational and you make us all proud Americans. I'm proud to represent the North Carolina School of Science and Mathematics in Durham, North Carolina, where Dr. Cook attended high school. With Dr. Cook becoming the first woman and Captain Glover, the first person of color to travel this far into space, what message do all of you have for the next generation of explorers who may be seeing themselves in this mission for the first time?
Well, it's such an honor to speak with you and that you represent Durham. All of my family lives there, and they're all flying to Houston right now, hopefully to watch our splashdown. So Durham is very near and dear to my heart. There's a lot to say about that topic. I feel like for us, we don't necessarily see any one individual as, deserving of anything or accolades for being a first. What we see is something to celebrate, that we are in a time when everyone who has a dream has to work equally and gets to work equally hard to achieve that dream. And so my message to those people is yes, it is wonderful to feel inspiration because you see yourself in someone. I had that growing up. You had that growing up. I think that the message, the takeaway would be, you don't have to focus on just being there. Focus on excellence. Focus on being the best that you can be in any team, in any mission, contributing to any endeavor. And that will get you not only the fulfillment and meaning of your life, but you'll contribute the most to the world.
Dude.
All right, and we have time for one final question. We'll send it over to Senator Ashley Moody of Florida.
Thank you so much. And I know we started with Senator Cruz from Texas, and I love that we're ending with Florida Senator. It's such an honor where you launched. I was there for the launch of Artemis 2. It was so exciting. Florida's been the beating heart of American space exploration for over 60 years. What would you say to the kids from Florida who were there that day watching the launch, really kids from Pensacola to Miami, who may want to follow in your footsteps one day as astronauts, or maybe work for NASA, or even in the space industry? What would you say to them?
I would say we are in the golden age of space exploration right now, thanks to the leadership of Jared Isaacman and our political leaders, many of whom are gathered here right now. We are getting it done. We have our sights set on the moon. We have our sights set on Mars. We have probes going out across the solar system, robotic precursor missions, the moon, Mars, moons of planets around our solar system. There's just limitless potential here. But I also want to just not single out people who are interested in spaceflight. I would say anything that you find a passion in, when it sparks your interest, there is no right answer for every human. It's in your soul. So Jeremy likes to say every one of us has a gift, and we need to share our gifts to be happy. And so if you want to be a veterinarian. If you want to help people, be a nurse or a school teacher or a public servant, a police officer. There are so many things out there. And when you find that fire in your soul and you know what you're meant to do, just lean all in and go for it. And if some of you end up going and walking on Mars, the four of us, myself, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, we will be in the front row cheering you on loud and clear.
All right, we are out of time for today's event. That concludes the event. Thank you to everyone who was able to tune in, and thank you to our elected officials for joining us. Artemis 2 crew, we look forward to seeing you back home soon.
Integrity, this is Houston ACR. That concludes the event. Thank you.
Thank you to all participants. Integrity, we are now resuming operational audio communication. And Integrity, just over 10 minutes ago, as you were having that event, you passed the halfway home mark.
Okay, copy that, Jackie. Sounds like the next 24 hours we're gonna accelerate quite a bit then.
Absolutely.
This is Mission Control Houston.
And Integrity, we are working to get OE2 into a private conference, and we'll be ready to start the Flight Director Conference just a couple minutes early.
Again, this is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 1 hour, 45 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission. We just wrapped up that final public affairs event where members of Congress had an opportunity to talk to the crew members on board. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. About 15 minutes ago, they passed the halfway mark on the flight home from the moon and their lunar flyby of Earth's closest celestial neighbor. They will begin to accelerate quite a bit over the next 24 hours, as you just heard, as they prepare for splashdown in the Pacific on Friday night at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. A shift handover has just been completed here in Mission Control, where the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is taking over. They will be led by Flight Director Fiona Antkowiak, taking over from Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling.
We think we copied the RHC as set up, but can you confirm?
That's affirmative. The RHC is set up.
We copy, and OE2 is privatized for the conference.
Entry Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers will be back on console tomorrow morning, and that will be the ultimate day of this mission, the final chapter in the Artemis 2 flight, and that will be entry and splashdown. Entry and splashdown, the crew spent the day configuring the crew cabin, reviewing entry procedures, and preparing for their high-speed return back to Earth that will culminate in a splashdown in the Pacific 2.5 hours before sunset at 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. We'll be here all night, throughout the course of the night, and all day tomorrow to bring you every aspect of the entry, splashdown, and the recovery of the crew as they return from an historic lunar flyby and the completion of the Artemis 2 mission. This is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston on 1 for a stowage delta when you're ready to copy.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, good afternoon, Jeremy. I wanted to give you a stowage delta, something that you can do tonight. So in terms of making room for the USB power strip stowage tomorrow, we'd like you to move some items from the Foxtrot Large CTB. The two items are, Foxtrot 1 Large CTB. Those two items are going to be the portable speakers and then a Ziploc with 4 AGA batteries. And you'll be moving that from Foxtrot 1 Large to Locker Echo Bag 10. How copy?
Okay, speaker and AGA batteries to bag 10. And I suspect I'll need a new AGA battery for tomorrow, so maybe I'll just leave one out.
Copy, Jeremy, and we do expect that you would be able to find more AGA batteries in that Foxtrot 1 Large CTB.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood you. I thought I was taking all the AGA batteries out of Fox 1 and putting them in bag 10.
Negative, Jeremy. There should be a Ziploc with just 4 AGA batteries, and that's what you're moving to bag 10.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I'll move the one with 4, and that will leave me 2. I got them in my hand. Perfect.
We copy.
Good evening from Mission Control Houston inside the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm Anna Schneider with NASA Communications, and the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers has recently come on console and completed their handover with the Orbit 1 team, who for today was the entry team of flight directors. The Orbit 2 team today will be led by Flight Director Fiona Ankoviak, and the Capcom or capsule communicator will be Amy Dill. You recently heard.
And Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to forward link LOS.
Okay, copy that, 2 minutes. If you have time before then, and this is not important, but we'll store the D&E locker nets. If you tell me where they're going, I'll put them away. And just FYI, we never use the DE locker nets. You just don't need them up here.
You can store those in Locker Delta, bag 7.
Okay, bag 7. Actually, we'll take another location for those after the LOS, because 7 is for the trash and the food, and it's already pretty full.
Okay, copy. We'll see you on the other side with that location.
Sounds good. See ya.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You are hearing some communication there between Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen and the Capcom capsule communicator here in Mission Control, which for the Orbit 2 shift is Amy Dill. They were discussing some stowage activities, so the crew is currently working through some cabin configuration preparation to prepare for re-entry and splashdown, which is scheduled to take place tomorrow around 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time, Friday, April 10th, off the coast of San Diego, California. The crew is specifically working to stow equipment that they've had out for the duration of the mission, and they're also removing cargo and locker netting. Additionally, they are installing and adjusting the crew seats and ensuring all items are secured before their return to Earth. You also heard that we were entering a forward link LOS. That is a forward link loss of signal, which means that the crew can communicate down here to Mission Control, but the teams here at Mission Control will be unable to communicate back during that loss of signal. And there on your screen, you can see a live view of the Orion spacecraft. These views coming to you from one of these solar array wing cameras. The Orion spacecraft has 4 solar array wings that are attached to its service module that continue to provide these views throughout the duration of the mission. Coming up in about 2 hours and 13 minutes, we do expect to have the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC2 burn. This will be a short burn to further fine-tune the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues on its journey to Earth and prepare it for that re-entry and splashdown tomorrow on Friday, April 10th. This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. You're currently seeing a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, or ARO, which is available at nasa.gov/track Artemis for the duration of the mission, and it provides updates on the Orion spacecraft's velocity as well as its distance from the Earth and from the Moon. Of course, now that Orion and its crew are on the return leg of their journey, the distance from the Earth will continue to close in. Right now, they are about 120,000 miles away from Earth and about 149,000 miles away from the Moon. Earlier today, they did reach that halfway mark on their return journey home. And a little bit later today, and just about 2 hours from now, the second return trajectory correction burn, or RTC-2 burn, will take place to further refine the Orion spacecraft's trajectory as it continues its journey back home to Earth. Most of the crew's activities for today have been, of course, focused on that re-entry and splashdown preparation for tomorrow. The crew began their day with some entry stowage preparations, and some of that stowage is continuing into the latter half of the crew's day. They are still working to configure the Orion spacecraft's cabin for re-entry as well. Those activities currently ongoing. Earlier in the day, the crew also had the opportunity to study their entry preparation materials, and they had a private conference with the entry flight director here in Mission Control Houston, which is NASA Flight Director Rick Hinfling for entry. During that private conference, they had the opportunity to discuss those entry preparation materials that they were previously studying, and they also went over the latest weather briefings and their entry pad, which had been recently updated. Following that, they went ahead and did some preliminary targeting for the upcoming return trajectory correction burn before moving into their midday meal. And then shortly after that midday meal, they went ahead and completed their final public affairs downlink event for the mission, which was held with members of Congress. And then after that, they had another private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control Houston before moving into that cabin configuration activity, which they are still working through. During this cabin configuration, the crew is working to stow various equipment that they've had out and using during the mission, and they're also removing some of the cargo and locker netting and installing and adjusting their crew seats to ensure that everything is secured before their return to Earth tomorrow, April 10th. Shortly after this cabin configuration is complete, the crew will begin preparing for that upcoming return trajectory correction burn, that RTC-2 burn. That burn is scheduled to take place in about an hour and 58 minutes from now. And then following that burn, the crew will have a few small activities to close out their day. And they will also continue any additional stowage that wasn't completed prior to that burn. The crew will, of course, close out their day with their daily private medical conference with the medical teams here on the ground, as well as another final private flight director conference before heading into pre-sleep. Pre-sleep is the opportunity where they can eat dinner, and they can also complete any hygiene activities ahead of their sleep period.